how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, what's the end goal? The end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society. They want a one-world government controlled by them. Everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip.
Evening all.
Rise above, generate, rise above, extinguish fear, rise above, abstract.
I've got to be honest, I felt like a bit of a cheat playing the full intro tonight because I said we weren't doing a full show.
Yeah, but something's better than nothing.
Something's better than nothing. We weren't going to leave you guys hanging.
We saw there was people in the chat and we're like, should we just go live for a little bit?
Oh yeah,
laugh
look,
at
we've
Clown
already
World.
got 60 ex-peasants tuned in. Refugees from Clown World.
They've got nothing better to do than
Nothing.
to us on a
They
Friday
just
night.
can't leave a gaping hole on a Friday night. Big shout out to everyone who have we got tuned in. Crown Jewels, Dave.
We've got nothing rehearsed, no memes. We've got nothing.
It's kind of
I like it.
liberating in a way. I'll tell you what, the Crucible looks nice with those lights with the 1984 setup there. So yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, me and Andy PG, we've just been sort of having a bit of a Ramish committee meeting. We've been talking about
We're
the
currently
schedule.
mid-meeting.
We are actually still mid-meeting.
Yeah.
We haven't actually sort of concluded the meeting yet. And the reason for it is because the next episode, this isn't episode 100, by the way. We can't call it an episode.
No.
Last episode was episode 99,
Mate,
guys.
there's no thumbnail.
There's no
Like,
thumbnail,
there's
there's no number. It's not even official or anything. We're just saying a little hello to everyone tonight because we're going to do
This
a rerun.
episode doesn't actually exist.
Yeah, this is a mythical episode, if you're lucky, if you've even seen it. So, yeah, long story short, episode 50, which was 50 episodes ago, is when we did the first A to Z of Rise Above.
We've just been skimming through it just to...
It was a 6-hour show.
Yes,
I had to sort of
yeah.
edit it.
It's actually 6 hours, 6 minutes.
No, it's now been dubbed the Ralphabet or the Ralphabet. But I thought since then a lot has happened. How long do you reckon it's been? We were estimating.
It's got to be... It's definitely over a year.
I reckon at least 18 months actually, because
Yeah.
if you think about it, if there's 52 weeks in a year, we'd aim to broadcast every week.
We've been broadcasting for...
Well, I'm away for at least 10 weeks a year.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's 10 gone. Anyway, episode 100, we thought we needed to dip into it a bit more and obviously update it because we're conscious that we've got quite a lot of new viewers and we do have viewer turnover. So we don't want to be going too like thick into the Ralphabet and the Above-Rizian Ramish patois. So too deep, so people literally even got no idea what we're talking about. So we thought, well, episode 100, got to do it, got to have the update, right?
Yeah.
So obviously before the update, we had to go back and start restudying the Ralphabet to make sure that we're not
Ramish
doubling.
Ralphabet.
Yeah, the A to Z of Rise Above. So yeah, at some point in the minute, we are going to have a replay of that. I've split it into 3 bits because I didn't want to replay the whole 6-hour show.
Yeah, it's a lot of info, man.
Yeah, because we need to catch up on it as well. We need to make sure we're not doubling up on anything, and obviously we're making sure that all the T's are crossed.
The angles are covered.
Yeah, all angles are covered. But before we do that, can we have like a little chat about like what's going on in the peasant sphere at the moment?
Yeah, we just laugh at...
I kind of forgot. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It's rushed up on us quickly. The Coronation, or the Coronation, as the peasants call it, of old sausage fingers. I just until the last couple of days, I sort of didn't realise it was this weekend. It was happening.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's all happening all at once. The memes have
The
been,
energy harvesting's fucking through the roof.
it absolutely throughout
Throughout the whole country.
But I mean, the memes are spectacular. Just look at this masterpiece. How can I zoom in on that a bit? Here's a few of your likely suspects out in Weatherspoons, enjoying a few cold bevies for the Coronation. Just put that down to normal size. But the best one, I was on. Here we go. My local newspaper, the Bournemouth Daily Echo. They said, "Is your road ready for the Coronation celebrations? Let's see your pics." Big mistake, Daily Echo. As we can see, the first picture there, it's a picture of Master Ginny with, is that Peter Sutcliffe, the Yorkshire Ripper?
Grandmaster Ginny.
Grandmaster Ginny. But that
You
these are
refer to him by his proper title.
yeah, sorry, how rude of me. But if we go on to the actual thing, look, right, on the right here, these are the comments. If I just go to, oh, right, so me and Johnny Dart, I've got the most likes on the comments. I've gone up to 20 now. Only total peasants would celebrate. But the pictures, basically, all manner of Rise Above memes were getting dropped in there.
Just straight in calling them everyone peasants.
Yeah. We've got like Auntie Coviot, Russ Kieran.
Like old people. Look at this shit.
Oh yeah. This is from my local newspaper. I'm just trying to find the bit where I like photobombed about 33 memes. Maybe might have been removed, but yeah,
They were there. We checked them before the show.
yeah. We checked them. We can't seem to see them now. How annoying! Oh no, yeah. You've got to put it onto all comments. Here we go. Yeah, let's find this.
Here we go.
Right, baby. There's been 153 comments, and as you scan through them, you can see most of these memes are proper taking the piss out of sausage fingers. There's a couple people that are royalists on here, but as we get a little bit further down, here we go. Oh yes, yeah. Here we go.
Is this where you drop the meme grenade?
Yeah. Right. Look at this. What an absolute beast. Oh, I've got a feeling when I go out of this meme. Oh no, here's another one. I think this one is Russ Kieran. This is Russ Kieran's fantastic work. This one is Snell.
Grandmaster Ginny's featuring a lot on the social media meme front.
You've got to get the
moment.
connections right.
Yeah, of course.
You've got to make sure that everyone knows.
Have you got the meme that I had commissioned by Auntie Coviot and her?
Let me see. See if I can find it. I'm pretty sure it got posted up in the melee.
Because that was a...
I definitely posted it. Here it is.
Yeah, there we go. Actually, technically, me and Sinstar Dread, we were down.
Oh, this was a collaboration.
we were down the pub having a meeting about the September event of the lighting and stuff, and we messaged Auntie Coviot, sent her a voice message, just said, "Can we have a meme of Grandmaster Ginny pegging Lord Sausage Fingers with the Ben stone?"
Well, this is the good thing. Like, Auntie Coviot is basically, I bet I can call now.
And later that day, this was sent to me.
The T-shirts are on sale. She's getting a nice bit of extra revenue off the T-shirts. Keep supporting Auntie Coviot, and I promise the peasant advisory T-shirts and Jabby Dodgers.
She is the hardest meme worker that we've got.
She's the hardest in the game.
She is pumping them out left, right, and centre.
But this is a good one. Look at this.
I saw this shit.
No, I don't know. I'm not going to lie. I farmed this. I'm a freelance quantum gardener. Right, I farmed this.
Stuck a Rise Above logo.
It was so good. No one was claiming it. I just whacked a Rise Above logo on it. But I mean, someone's obviously created that with real sausages. But it's like raw sausages in a cheese and tomato sandwich.
Wow.
Really pretty special stuff.
Great work. I mean, very creative.
Future Ghost, absolutely amazing with this one.
Again, you don't get many. You don't get many from Future Ghost.
No, one per peasant cycle.
Yeah.
Basically, when
it's only when the energy harvesting's high that he comes out.
And each energy harvesting peak, I think, when the latest thing or the current thing gets updated, and you get to peak energy harvesting for that particular current thing.
For that lunar cycle.
Yeah. Basically, that's when you'll get a Future Ghost meme, right when the peasant harvesting is at the top of the peak.
Not all heroes wear capes, guys. Yeah, some are memeticians.
And not all of them have to be on the front line like Auntie Coviot every single day.
No, this one's occulted. Like, when you get him, it's, look, you know.
It's just wondering a little bit more. It's so good. So good. And with Vlad the Impaler, Count Dracula there as well. It doesn't even need a picture of sausage fingers on it. That's the greatest thing.
No. We've got the NPC at the top, obviously.
Proudly,
Holding it proud.
proudly holding that flag. Amazing.
Look at me, mum.
I think yes, this is Russ Kieran's
there was
work.
a lot of this going around as well.
It's amazing how Lord Schwab's face is so easily put onto Sausage Finger's head.
Exactly the same as Grandmaster Ginny's face fits perfectly on Camilla's.
It does seem to be some sort of perfect synergy going on there. Have we got any more? Oh no, these are all the normal people commenting down here, just putting, regular stuff. But yeah, I think the moral of the story is that this Coronation is not getting the traction.
It's big in the older community. My parents have got bunting up fucking a Union Jack flying at the end of the driveway. They're having a street party, like all the neighbours and shit. It's just pathetic. I've said to them. I'll tell you a little story. I went round my Jeep's in for its MOT,
Right.
And I went round my parents' house to borrow one of my dad's cars. And they had one of their friends around there. And they were just having a glass of wine, just chatting. And she asked me, she's called Sally. She won't be watching this, but shout out to Sally. She's a very nice lady. She said to me, she goes, "Oh, Andy, will you be celebrating this weekend for the coronation?" And I looked at my dad, and my dad just looked at the floor. And I said, no, I won't, Sally. And she goes, "Oh, why is that?" And I literally just said, "Because they're all paedophiles." That was my first response. And she said, "Oh, were you talking about the Prince Andrew thing?" And I said, "Oh, that's just the tip of the iceberg, Sally, but we won't go any further. I won't ruin your I said I won't ruin your evening."
Ruin your Coronation.
Yeah. But yeah, they're all having a street party. There's, flowers, flags, all that kind of shit bunting up.
I was at work today and I was just waiting for it to happen because
As well, this morning, I went past 2 schools, right? And the kids, man, and Magic said about his little boy is being hyped up for it at school. Like, all the kids are walking to school, like different age groups and shit, with like fucking little plastic flags and like Union Jack hats and shit like that. So they're getting to the kids at school, 100%. They're like revving it all up in the school for the kids.
I saw in the peasant box earlier on the BBC broadcast that for the first time in anyone's lifetime there's been a king, but for the first time, like, people are going to be asked to pledge allegiance to Sausage Fingers.
This, yeah.
And even David Dimbleby,
Could you
Sausage
imagine
Fingers'
that?
personal friend, was like, "This is very out of character."
How's that going to work? Are
They
they
got
going
to
to
say it at the TV.
Yeah, at the TV, right? So you imagine the energy from that. It was simultaneously putting that spell out into the.
Big shout out to Billy Watson
Into the
TV
ether.
tuned in. Make sure you subscribe to Billy Watson.
Yeah,
Yeah,
fuck that. Like all at once.
I have seen a lot also. A lot of Coronation parties being cancelled. Have you
Mate,
seen
there's
that?
144 people.
We weren't even doing a show tonight, and it's not a full
We've
show,
got nothing, guys. We've got nothing.
We've got nothing. We've just got a packet of sausages. That's all we've got. Wait a minute. Did we?
Oh yeah, this was a great one. Yeah. I like
We need
this
to show this one, don't we? This is the work. Oh, this isn't. I think this is an Auntie Coviet remix of a Russ Kieran meme. I'm not entirely sure. Let's just have a look. Let's get rid of that. Obviously,
Brilliant
it's the Is it from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? The
I
child
don't know,
catcher.
I thought it was. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, the child catcher. I thought it was from. There's another movie like set in the same kind of time period. I thought it was that. It's not. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah. Sausage Fingers with Grandmaster Ginny / Camilla.
Look at the look on Sausage Finger's face. Like he's ready for it. And Grandmaster Ginny, they're up for it.
Yeah, rather special memetic sorcery been going on today. I can guarantee that. What else have we got here? Sausages.
Get it up so the peasants can see on the. Yeah, this is a great meme. Yeah.
Yeah. Auntie Coviet smashed it. This one.
I'm not into Star Wars, but I get it. It was on May the 4th, right? And people say.
Yeah, this is the May the 4th
because
thing.
of like the Force and shit like that.
May the 4th be with you.
Yeah, may the Force be with you.
Ra Wars, Return of the Ramish. The Empress particularly loved being Princess Leia. You see, little Hermes is an
In the
Ewok.
bottom, yeah.
Very, very cute. That was wicked. Yeah.
People are memeing your pets now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What's this one? This is a meme.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh right. Now we need to address this.
Yeah. Maybe we do need
Yeah,
to.
well, let's
address it.
address this. Let's nip this in the bud, same as we did with the confusion about.
I made a poll on Telegram this week because I saw that there was a bit of back and forth between Ryan Sanders and Inspector Veg, right? Now, I know from being a rapper, sometimes rappers do send for each other, and it's all part of like the thing. You know, you create a discourse, create a bit of hype. So I made a poll on Telegram.
Bit of dick swinging.
Yeah, a bit of dick swinging. Hey, that's the part of being an MC. What's that, baby? Charger.
The Empress in the studio, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, she just wants a charger. All right, so basically, I made a Telegram poll saying who smashed it harder on the Rise Above, in the Rise Above booth, Inspector Veg or Ryan Sanders. And lo and behold, Ryan Sanders won the poll. But after that, they've basically carried on the beef, right?
Yeah.
And then, you know,
And Terror Slim needs to stop stirring the
Terror
fucking
Slim's
pot.
got involved.
He needs to stop
stirring
winding
the
it
pot,
up.
pouring petrol. I mean, I'm not going to lie. You know, at the start, I thought this will be a good. This
You're
will be
responsible for this,
good.
Lance.
Am I responsible for this? Do I have to take full responsibility?
Lance has
for
been
what's happened?
harvesting the energy from what he started all week.
I'm not completely convinced that that's true.
This went on for 3 days, 3 hours and 33 minutes.
All I said was who smashed it harder on Rise Above. Was it?
Who do you think smashed it? Because I noticed you didn't ever even give your opinion. You started the poll and didn't.
Simon Cowell has to stay neutral.
Who do you think? And I'll tell you who I think.
I sponsor both of those rappers.
Yeah, but who do you think smashed it better in the booth? With the 3 tunes and back-to-back freestyling with you over beats or, you know, Maddox, whoever.
I would say.
That's the standard. Like anyone that comes to the studio, they have to do that. Comprehends next.
Oh yeah, by the way,
Comprehends
we have
next.
to have comprehend next. I would probably have to give it just to Veg.
Yeah, same. I would
Because
give it
the
to
reason
Veg.
I would give it to Veg is because Veg brought lyrics I hadn't heard before. That's why I thought for me he had the edge in that performance. But yeah, we do need to get other rappers in the
Yeah.
booth.
But that's the standard. Every time we get a rapper in the booth, or even a drum and bass MC or someone, whoever, that can do the same kind of MC tempo as Lance, then that's the thing. 3 of their own tunes, and then back to back with you.
Back to back with me on 140.
That's
to
what
see
they
his
have
boss.
to do. Yeah.
Yeah, so comprehends next. We've given him a potential date. We're waiting for a reply from him.
That's what we're doing tonight. We're organising shows and stuff like that. And
Yeah, because you know we
admin
exactly that admin Andy PG
on a
because
Friday night, guys,
That's how dedicated we are.
and we're now doing a show.
Yeah, we did an impromptu show. Right, okay, so, all right, I think we've addressed that. Let's put that beef to bed. Ryan Sanders and Inspector Veg.
Did we
both-
show the meme? We did show the meme.
Yeah.
Did we explain it?
Well, it's obviously...
I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory.
it's the general.
Is he explaining the rules here?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
The celebrity death match. On the right, we've got Colonel Sanders. And on the left, we've got a carrot.
Like,
obviously,
this is
represent-
clearly Inspector Veg.
representing Inspector
Looks
Veg.
exactly the same as Veg. But yeah, Ryan Sanders, if you're listening, sorry, bro. Veg smashed it in the booth.
Oh, you clearly voting for Veg.
I'm clearly voting for Veg. Yeah, not. I've got loads of love for Ryan Sanders. He's got great tunes, but in the booth, like I've listened to them both together.
Ryan Sanders won the poll. He got like 69%.
That's irrelevant. The polls are relevant.
The poll's relevant.
Yeah.
What you said, the people have spoken.
I'm in
but it's
the booth.
irrelevant.
Right.
Right, you were here when it happened.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, big up. Yeah, Amish Inquisition. Funny. Good to see you guys. I've emailed you tonight. We need to set a date to speak to you guys. See, me and Andy PG are doing Radmin. Yeah, I like that. We have been doing a lot of rabbing tonight. We've emailed.
We've emailed a few people.
We've emailed a few people.
Yeah.
So please check your inboxes because we do feel like a chat is coming up soon. I think we probably need to get back to the admin Andy PG.
Yeah, let's do it.
Should we start the replay of the first part of the Ralphabet? So, why are we replaying this? We're having a recap. You guys are having a recap.
Because next week's the 100th show.
Yeah,
We're
the
gonna
next
do it.
week's the 100th show, so we need to update this Ramish patois that we use. Hey, we were just watching it. It's a funny show anyway.
The repertoire.
The repertoire.
Write that one down.
Right, we're going to write it down quickly. Yeah, we've got a notepad here. We're not going anywhere, guys. We're going to be in the comments.
Yeah, we're
going to
be in the chat.
All right, so let's go. Let's get down to business. This is, I think, we go straight in with a show. But the first thing is, why do we do it? Why do we have to use this language?
To get past the Al Gore rhythm.
Funny you should say that, Andy PG, right? Because the first letter of the alphabet is undoubtedly A, and I would say A is for Al Gore rhythm. Here he is.
That's it.
Now, for everyone that thinks, what the fuck are you talking about? Al Gore, right, isn't just the guy that started off the whole sort of the whole green movement back in the day, warning us that the whole world was going to explode if we didn't
Planting
stop.
those seeds.
Yeah. It wasn't just that. Obviously, there is an algorithm which works throughout the internet, throughout Google, throughout YouTube, everything, which picks up on certain words. This algorithm, or Al Gore's rhythm, as we call it, I don't even think we need to be careful about saying the word algorithm, but it's quite funny to call it Al Gore's rhythm, right? Basically, if you're not careful on Rise Above, Al Gore is going to come up right behind you, do the two-step, and before you know it, there's a gun in his pocket and he's winding and grinding you. So you've got to be really careful what you say. And that's why this whole thing has come about. We are constantly trying to evade Al Gore's rhythm. And it's the only reason we are still on YouTube. Everyone says that, which is so, how the hell are you guys still on YouTube? It's because we have learned.
Well, we learned the hard way. We've had some strikes.
Yeah.
Same as poor old Mark Devlin. Big up, Mark.
Yeah, big up Mark Devlin.
He's on 2 strikes. I think he's got another.
Oh, God, I know that feeling.
He's got another 2 weeks of one of the strikes.
It's
and
like
he's back down to
being
one
on 2 strikes on YouTube is like driving around
on
in
11
rush hour.
11 points on your 12-point license.
Yeah, it is. Because the thing is, when you're, as I know, when my original double LMC channel got deleted with 5,000 subscribers, hundreds of videos, travel videos, music videos, personal vlogs, you don't get any of it back. It's just deleted. Obviously, I had most of it backed up, but you can't always back everything up. You know.
WordNerd needs a link.
WordNerd, the link is in the WhatsApp. I will send it to him again. Oh, she's got my phone in there.
There you
go. The links, yeah. Send it.
I'll sort it out.
Get it in. Yeah, you sort it out. Andy PG it. So yeah, this meme here, I can't remember who made this, if it was the Sagehead. It's a picture of Bournemouth, which is where we are located. That's not actually the Rise Above HQ down there, I'll just let you know, but that's a representation of the Rise Above HQ. And Al Gore is flying above Bournemouth saying increase the rhythm in that area. Obviously, we've done a tasty stream, like Monday's night stream, probably talking about Travis Scott or something like that. And Al Gore has to fly over and pepper bomb us with his restricted boogie step algorithm. So yeah, guys, A is for Al Gore rhythm. Anyone else want to say anything about the Al Gore rhythm?
It's a shameful dance.
It's a shameful dance. It's a shameful
Well,
dance.
it helps to maintain the egregore.
Oh, don't jump ahead. E is for egregore. We're going to be coming on to that one soon in the Guardians. Okay, A is for Al Gore rhythm. B is for guess what? Britney Spears.
Britney, bitch.
Yes,
It's Britney, bitch.
Britney, bitch. Right, so I think I can't take credit for this one. I will take credit for Al Gore rhythm. I coined that as I did many of these terms you're going to hear, but I cannot take credit for Britney Spears.
It's not in there, mate. You need to ping it over.
Master Lee got it.
In which we've got 3 groups. Which one is it?
Rise Above Team.
It's not in there, mate.
Okay, I'll have to get my phone off her. Can you go and grab it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Britney Spears, we obviously use this one to describe.
Yeah, this is a very confusing one for some people.
Especially when we're talking about concert number 1, concert
Yeah, they're
number
like,
2.
what, is she performing again?
Britney Spears' world tour, you know. So yeah, I think anyone that's watched the show knows what Britney Spears is. It is describing a spearing, an injection from
particular procedure.
A particular, as Tara Slim calls it, the procedure.
Procedure.
It's Britney, bitch.
It is Britney, bitch. So here we got Britney Spears Are Toxic, a Bill Gates film produced by Pfizer. I think I'm ready now. Comes in December the 8th. I guess December the 8th, that was the date when old Bill Shakespeare got Pfizer's first Christmas miracle.
Britney and the Boosters.
Britney and the Boosters. All right, let me get this link. Copied link. Or maybe I didn't send it to WordNerd.
No, you didn't,
I
mate.
apologise, WordNerd.
I think you directly...
Mate, I had so much to think about. I've been slaving over this meme show all week. Like a witch over a hot cauldron.
Like Bill Gates over a Britney Spears brewing pot.
like Bill Gates over Britney Spears distribution factory. So on Britney Spears' left tit, you've got like the sign of the House of Borg. Oh, what is that? That's one of the black nobility houses. On the
Sigil.
Yeah, sigil. So on the right, Britney Spears booster number 33. Oops, I did it again.
And you can see she's got the reptilian eye. I think there's a crab claw there.
Yeah, so anytime you hear us talking about Britney Spears, guys, we are talking about specifically needlecraft, as Thomas Sheridan calls it. Thank you, Steve B. Yeah, I really like that as well. Big up Thomas Sheridan. He's the only person we've said his name so many times on the show, and he hasn't come on yet.
We really want him on the show.
I'm kind of offended.
I really want to talk to him about Saturn worship.
I want to talk to him about loads of things. I think Thomas Sheridan is wicked. I keep saying his name. Normally, when I say people's name, they just sort of appear and turn up on the show.
Yeah.
You know,
On
it's
the ether.
happened.
Yeah, just come out of
like
the
Candyman out the corner.
Talking of Saturn, do you know what I learned about Saturn yesterday?
Go on,
Go
over
on.
beats.
It rains diamonds.
Interesting.
So diamonds aren't worth shit on Saturn.
No,
They literally
nothing.
rain out of the sky.
And there's an exoplanet miles away which is made out of one big diamond.
Who told you that? NASA.
Google.
Yeah, nice one. Right. So yeah, Britney Spears and the Boosters. Oh yes, I did include it. Here's some great ones. Yeah. Meanwhile, at the Britney Spears and the Boosters concert. Oh gosh, I've had 10 boosters already. I can't wait to get penetrated again. This. That's right. Oh, that's Ito Memetica. And then we've got this really cool little Britney Spears concert ticket here featuring myocarditis, blood clots, and death. And more from Ito Memetica. I can see you've been to the Britney Spears concert.
Klaus Schwab was in attendance. B33 was the block it was in. Look.
B33.
Yeah. And Pfizer Entertainment.
In association with Pfizer Entertainment. Brought to you by Klaus Schwab Arts.
And it's free, of course. It's free.
It's free. Welcome to
Funded by your local government.
Welcome to another faithful team member. Spoken Word Nerd, welcome to the stream. Spoken Word Nerd, welcome to the stream. He'll turn his mic on in a minute. He forgets to switch the mic on. Here he comes. Word Nerd. All right, we won't dwell. Right, so yeah, B guys is for Britney Spears. I think everyone knows what we're talking about there. Are you with us now, Word Nerd?
Hello.
Will be soon. Here he comes.
He is always with us.
B guys.
Good
B.
evening. I cannot hear anything. Can be heard.
Oh.
We can kind of hear you, but there's some serious crackling going on
Yeah,
there, mate.
sort
Good
that out, Word
evening.
Nerd. No, you need to sort
Good
your
even
mic
song.
out.
I hope we done see yet.
No, not having that. Word Nerd, you sound like Darth Vader. Please sort it out. B is for Build Back Better. Can anyone notice something about the Build Back Better?
Agenda.
Not just the agenda. What about the first letter? I know we've covered this, but this is for our new viewers. If you put the B as a small b, you obviously get 666.
Oh, there you go, guys. What a coincidence.
What a coincidence. Just like the 666 in the WF logo as well. So yeah, B is for Build Back Better. I guess if people are new to the stream, they might not know what Build Back Better is. Has anyone noticed? It's behind. Nah, you must know what Build Back Better is. It's behind like
Every country's saying it, mate.
Yeah.
No, Word Nerd, you're still crackling, mate.
check all your connections, Word Nerd. Unplug everything and replug it in. Sort it out. He'll be back in a sec. Yeah, B is for Build Back Better. If you haven't heard it before, you haven't seen it before, you will notice it now. Next time you look at the mainstream media and someone is talking about the future after COVID, they're always going to be talking about Build Back Better without fail, basically. Neil Christie says no one is that new. What if someone started watching on Monday night? Remember, guys, not everyone has been watching Rise
Yeah, because the
Above.
Sheep Farm boys have been plugging us as well.
Yeah,
so
big up Dom and Chris.
Yeah. Thank you very much, guys, for what you're doing promoting our show.
We love Sheep Farm.
But yeah, we got a lot of extra viewers on Monday for the first time, and they were like, "Awesome show, subscribe."
And also, massive shout to JD and all the crew at Truth Be Told. He put it in his Telegram, and we had loads of people come from JD's Telegram. They're like, guys, we love the show. Like, I'm just everyone, welcome to the table. We broadcast every single Friday night, usually without fail. And oh god, what is that from Sony? Oh no, I bought something from Sony. I thought we just got a copyright strike for some reason. When Sony Entertainment comes up in the corner, I'm like, oh shit, what's this? Yeah, so a big thank you to all of the new people who've come over to the table. We sit here, we feast upon rabbit, we sip anti-Coviet lemonade.
We pull the rabbit out the rabbit hole.
Yeah, well, don't go too far, because remember, we haven't got to W or R yet.
Nothing like the smell of toasted rabbit in the morning.
Opportune jingle. That was an opportune jingle, Emma Beach. Really enjoyed that. Right, what else have we got for B? Inner Guardians, right? For our new viewers, Inner Guardians is our metaphysical expert. Have you got anything to talk about with this Build Back Better before we move on to the next B, from an occult point of view?
Well, it's obviously they're using 3 letters, which is it's the best way to insert a narrative. Using 3 words. So
a
try
3-word
it.
slogan.
Mic check, mic check.
Well, think about what they've
Can you
done
hear
for
me?
the whole of the
Nah,
whole
it's
of the
the word no,
epidemic.
mate. You're still crackling, my man.
We had the protect. What was the 3 words for the NHS one? It was
Oh shit.
Hands, face, space.
hands, face, and space. I wanted to remix that to hands, face, base.
Oh,
But,
2 meters, you cunt.
2 meters, you can't indeed.
That was our one. 2 meters. Is that 4? Nah, you cunt's 1 word, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when they brought out this Build Back Better, I don't know if you noticed, it was, well, obviously we noticed, but it was everywhere. It was like
Literally everywhere.
a unified, it's like a marker, so they can communicate using things like this.
It works. It's just simple but effective. Build back better. But remember, before you build back better, you generally have to smash what is there before.
It's quite. It's to anyone who's looking
I
for
built
it.
that better.
No,
No, you're
Word
crackling, word nerd.
there's a problem with that microphone, word nerd.
It's real
I
crackling,
built
mate.
that better.
I reckon you should restart your laptop.
Yeah,
Um,
word nerd, restart everything. You've got a problem there, mate.
Like, if you take a step back and you want to find out which countries are involved and doing what they're told to be doing, each one leader is saying this: build back better. It's quite easy to then to determine who's playing the game and who's not.
It's not just that. I've also seen big companies when they're doing their talks now saying the same phrase.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. So they're involved. That's what I mean. They're all, anyone who's saying this phrase is involved. I'll say that as a blanket statement.
The thing is,
saying
in
no
itself, it sounds quite innocent, but you've got to ask the question: Build Back Better, but better for who?
I think it sounds stupid.
Yeah, better for who? That's a very good point.
I think it sounds stupid, mate. I think it doesn't make any sense. Build back better.
It also says to people, look, it's broken. This is broken. You need to build it back better because you're not very good.
Hey, if it wasn't broken before, watch how broken we're about to make it, comrades. Watch this.
Yeah.
Right, next B is also for Bell's palsy curve. Right. Now, this is a collaboration between myself and Virus Man. If anyone's not familiar with the IQ scale, it falls on something called the bell curve. Okay? Because it's the shape of a bell, and most people sit in the middle at 100.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, we have called what's going on an IQ test. I think in the Guardian's first
It's the
page, actually
ultimate
mentioned that.
test.
The
The
ultimate
ultimate
IQ test. So, yeah, we know what Bell's palsy is. It's the condition that happens to your face after you take a Britney Spears concert ticket.
I can hear something in the
Yeah, I can
background.
hear feedback
Someone's
as
got
well.
someone's got something on in the background. Is it you and the Guardians?
No, it's not me. No.
Can you hear that,
silence.
Overbeat?
I can, yeah. It sounds like someone's just got this. It's just a feed. Someone's listening to it in the background. So
I reckon it's coming from my earphones. Yeah, it must be.
turn them down then.
I will. Sorry, guys, we have to have optimal settings here at Rise Above. So the Bell's palsy curve, basically, most people sit in the middle and they just get speared to go on holiday in virtue signal. People with an average intelligence, people with a very low intelligence just get speared out of fear and ignorance. But people at the very top of the Bell's palsy curve, they just basically remain organic humans. This really pisses people off, especially if they've got Bell's palsy from going to the Britney Spears concert. So yeah, B is for Bell's palsy curve. Big up Virus.
It means
Man on
it's
this one.
working though, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. The more
It's a
people
good
that
sign.
appear on the height of the bell in the Guardians, it means it's working. Absolutely.
The more people maimed.
Trust the science.
Yeah, trust the science, guys. Trust the science.
Trust the science, comrade. Oh, I should have had that for tea. I don't think I've got it.
Oh, we can add it.
This
can add it,
this
guys.
slideshow, this Schwab show, is going to be an evolving document. Okay.
I think it's going to be about 3 times longer by the end of tonight.
Yeah, I reckon.
This is going to be like this never-ending story. B is also for Big Pharma Gates. Now, Big Pharma Gates, what does that mean? Big Pharma Gates is a term which we came up with earlier on this year when we started to follow an avenue of research which basically came to the conclusion that Bill Gates has become the biggest farm owner, an owner of farmland in America. And, you know, I'm sure he owns plenty else around the world as well. But it's not going to be just America, is it?
That's a scary thought.
It is a scary thought. So, yeah, he doesn't just represent Big Pharma as in the pharmaceutical industry. He's also the biggest farmer. So Big Pharma Gates is a stream that we did. And it's on the second channel. I've started editing it into smaller bite-sized chunks, getting the fillet of it. And it's part 1 and 2 is already out. So if you're new to Rise Above and you didn't know about Bill Gates' other side gig of being like the #1 farm owner in America and basically owning all of these different companies to do with real meat, fake meat, lab-grown, sort of 3D printed bio meat, Bill Gates has got fingers in many, many pies. Yeah, Ardman says he needs his ass kicked. Do it, Ardman. Just go and kick Big Pharma Gates' ass.
Hey, that's hate speech, yo. You can't
Yeah,
be
we've
doing
gotta be
that
careful.
in this NPC world.
Not in
Yeah.
the NPC world.
I think he's ill. He's psychologically ill. His parents did a hell of a number on him when he was little. They must have
Is that
done
the magic man?
to turn him into what he's fucking doing now. Jesus. So, the guy is psychologically ill. What do you reckon, Homer Beats?
I think he's more than ill, mate. I think he's got.
Yeah,
I think he's got twisted
this
reality
guy
as
is
well.
fucking sick.
But then
Actually sick.
he's
His
had a
psyche
privileged.
is sick.
He's had quite a privileged stance on the world, hasn't he? So he can twist it up as much as he wants, really, and not be questioned.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Big up Magic's in the house.
Yes, yeah.
Didn't sit on the cat, did you? He's gone already. You're my wire, Andy PG.
Have you noticed we've changed the chair for Magic so he don't fall asleep?
Yeah, the other seat just sucked him in.
What's up, everyone? Can you hear me?
Oh, Word Nerd, you're sorted out.
There
Welcome
we go.
welcome to the stream, Word Nerd.
Hello and good evening. I was 1
What
minute
happened?
late.
What was going on there?
Oh, I don't know what was going on there. Nothing
Bad
was
connection,
working.
mate.
So I reset
50
it.
episodes of Rise Above Word Nerd. You were episode 1.
Yes, the
Before
Phantom
we were even
Leftist.
live. The Phantom
Yeah.
Leftist.
Yeah, I forgot about
Shit,
that. Yeah.
The first ever
show,
Rise
yeah.
Above show. It wasn't live, it was
Yeah,
recorded.
that's right.
Yeah,
We had
Phantom
Homer
Leftist.
Beats was sat over here being Andy PG.
that's right.
Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, mate. Been with us since day
Good
one.
times.
Yeah. And now we are here almost, well, it's over a year later.
A monster
Yeah, we
we've
missed our
created.
year anniversary, didn't we? We actually did miss that.
Did we just
Yeah.
blast right past that?
Yeah, we've just gone straight past it. We totally forgot.
I'll catch it in the edit.
all I could think about was the next show. Big up. We've got sheep farming. Hello, sheep farm crew. Everyone's in the chat room. 300 people tuned in. Holy shit. So,
Boom.
yeah,
You,
boom.
you say a year's passed, yeah?
Over a year since the first live stream. Yeah.
Doesn't feel like it.
300
do you
people
get
at 9:33.
Do you get the sense like time has kind of stood still?
Yeah, because it actually feels like much longer than a year, and at the same time, it actually also feels like it was yesterday.
Yeah.
Simultaneously, which is quite
Yeah.
Do you
weird.
think they could be manipulating the timelines?
Yeah.
We've seen
kind
that
of
they've
part-
been
part of the
trying
reason.
to
About this in the
manipulate
past, haven't we?
timelines.
About
If
the
it can be
delay
done,
they
they're
might have
doing
put
it.
on it.
I think. Yep.
Well, they've definitely been changing history and rewriting definitions of things. We called it. Me and Magic's called it editing the timeline. We caught them doing that on 3 or 4 different things. As we're moving towards this this eschaton or whatever's happening, this coming build up of energy, there's definitely something going on with time. Definitely.
Yeah. I've got a little jingle for this as well, you know.
Have you? Go on
new
then.
age has begun. An age of freedom.
I like that. Sounds good to me. Okay, so we're only on B. B is for Big Pharma Gates. Let's make him a bit bigger. Something like this. Oh, that's all right, no. So, yeah, that's a good view. Big Pharma
Talking of
Gates.
freedom,
Go on.
talking of freedom, I was quite impressed with some of the posts that you're making on Facebook regarding the remembrance of World War II. And people
The post that I made.
He's been absolutely
fighting
hammering
for
it,
freedom.
mate, all week.
Yes, I know.
On your social
I couldn't
media.
help it, mate. I'm simply an instrument of the greatest apocalypse ever now. Like when things happen, I just have to fucking post about it. But what was it I said earlier? I said like, if you've been complying with the Soviet Union for the last 18 months, don't even fucking think about wearing a poppy today, because those who died for your freedoms would be ashamed of you. That's
right.
It's true. I don't care. The gloves are fully off now. If people thought I was antagonistic before, holy shit. See what I'm like?
That
Yeah,
damn
you
right
said exactly what I was
combative.
thinking.
Well, I think that's, well, who was it that said it? Zuby said, the best way to quickly gain a massive, authentic following on social media is very simple. You just tell the truth. Very blatantly and very bluntly. And it certainly worked for him. Like, there's nothing special about what any of us, like myself, Zuby, any of us people, us commentators or apocalyptic pundit, as I coined it the other week.
Yeah, nice.
All we're doing is basically just pointing out the obvious. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm just pointing out the fucking bloody obvious.
Common sense.
Yeah.
A revival of common sense.
Well, yeah. It's like back in the last days of Noah, you had to build a fucking massive ark. Now it's like your ark is just common sense. It's fine.
Not according to God, Vag.
Not according to God, Vag.
Big up, mighty whim.
Oh, don't skip forward that far. Right, so B is for Big Pharma Gates. It certainly is. Oh God, wait a minute. B is also for blood clotting. I had to just put this in there because I don't know if everyone saw about this today or the day before. Big Bird on Twitter, the official Big Bird on Twitter, posted that Big Bird had been to the Britney Spears concert to protect everyone. Big Bird's arm was a bit sore when they come out of the Britney Spears concert. And Big Bird had been informed that they'd been going to Britney Spears concert since they're a little bird, but they didn't even know. So this is where all these Big Bird memes have come from, because this was officially posted on the Sesame Street Big Bird Twitter account.
And
It shows the motives, doesn't it?
The mind control for the children is in full effect, guys.
But
Look at this.
The plot thickens. I said it had some good ones.
This is one of the best things I've ever seen on all 50 of our Rise Above shows. This singular photo right here. This is brilliant.
Mate, there was one I should have put on. It was like Elmo's my first heart
Who made
attack.
this?
I don't know. I just farmed it.
Excellent.
I'm just a humble meme
This
farmer.
is excellent. Whoever did this is 10 out of 10 from the Rise Above panel.
The Rise Above meme appreciation panel. Yeah, remember, guys, if you want to contact us, riseabovelivestream@gmail.com. Instagram, Rise Above News, and Telegram, Rise Above Official. I can't pick up the Telegram crew enough. If you like this show and you want to keep in contact with Rise Above type-ish people throughout the week, you need to get yourself on Telegram.
Rise Abovians.
Abo-Rizian adepts, Rise Above-ish. Yeah. Everyone in the Telegram group, it's like, I only post in there a couple of times a week. They're just doing their own thing, chatting, sharing information, sharing research.
Posting memes. That's where I got that Greta meme
memes.
from.
Oh, is it? Right.
Yeah,
okay.
I just took the clip off the top because it was a personal thing. Someone just obviously snapped a screenshot and put it in the Telegram. Big up you guys on Telegram.
320 people tuned in. We're only 40 minutes into the A to Z of Rise Above, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Great Awakening, a dummy's guide to the greatest apocalypse ever. B is for health chop. B is for Big Pharma Gates. B is for blood clots.
Big Bird Bill.
And B is definitely for Big Bird. You saying?
Big Bird Bill.
Oh shit. C, comrades. C is for none other than the Soviet Union. For our new viewers, I think I need to drop it. Okay, right, you get the idea. That is the Magic's exclusive Soviet Union grime remix. Myself on the visuals. This is really, in a way, sort of like the one that started it all. The concept of the Soviet Union is one of the first terms that I really coined at the start of this.
So this is actually quite symbolic because you've actually used the Soviet Union propaganda directly.
Yeah, I've
This is
recatalyzed it, mate.
This is their was the first image they put out when they said we could actually see the
see the
CV.
covia.
You could actually see the
see
covia,
it.
the infection, whatever it is, whatever they claim it is, and this was the picture that they put out. So yeah, you've actually used their shit against them.
This is the entire
Well-
conceptualization is the Soviet Union. I actually have the date and almost the time that you came up with that, Lance.
Wow.
You've been recording everything. The other day, you whipped out a book and you started quoting like what I'd said, and I was like, "Mate, this is sick." Like I said some quote like in 2000.
Oh, the black goo guzzling triad.
No, it was about whether people
Oh,
should
I
worry
asked
about
you if
whether
the
the
Earth,
Earth
I
is
asked you about
round
the
or
Earth
flat.
realm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit, we need to welcome another team member, Mr.
Yeah, well,
Virus Man.
this one, because you don't do it yourself, Lance. He came out of the police station. It was the day
Greetings,
we- in
Virus Man.
Truro. And you came out of the police station having just been arrested, and we waited ages for you. And then you were like, "I've got this concept we can like use, and it's going to be like, like, comparing it to communism. And it's going to be like by the end of the, by the time we got to Exeter, it was Soviet Union." You came straight out with it, straight out the police station, and said it's going to be compared to
But I
communism.
came. Do you know when I first came up with it? And this is on. It's actually recorded on BitShoot. The first time I ever said the Soviet Union is when I did those videos when I was chasing down the COVID weasels in the street, the COVID wardens.
Right,
And I was,
okay.
I was going after him. I was chasing him, and I was filming him. And he's like, "Why are you bothering me?" I was like, "You are here. You are just like you're like Hitler's brown shirts." I was like, "This isn't the Soviet Union," and I meant to say Soviet Union. And I was like, "Fucking hell, the Soviet Union. That's well good." And I make a mental note, and I'm still chasing the guy down the street. The Soviet Union, comrades. In fact, that's a picture of the Soviet weasel right there. V-Man, you made this meme, didn't you?
Yeah, this was a very early one, yeah.
What's up, Virus Man? You right?
I'll big up Virus
I'm
Man.
good. How you guys doing?
Salutations,
mate,
celebrations.
We're just all celebrating, mate. 50 episodes of Rise Above. What do you know? It's a milestone. It's a milestone for all of us.
No retreat. No surrender.
That's what we've shown to the
Loving these
Covians.
new jingles. Oh, it's Brittany, bitch. You made it happen. I'm so happy.
Yeah, of course he made it happen. This is Rise
so
Above.
happy.
That's Homer
It's
Beats.
Britney, bitch.
Love you, Brittany.
Look at the panel. So yeah, the Soviet Union, the original image of the virus with the hammer and sickle on top, and then we've got a picture of the Gulag and the Soviet weasel. This is really this has gone around the world now. People are using this term around the world, and I'm happy to say that it came from right here, from the Rise Above stable, straight from the rabbit table.
This is why we're not
Soviet
allowed on
Union.
TikTok anymore.
Is it? This is why you got banned
Yeah, we've
from
got
TikTok?
3,000 shares on Soviet Union. Got more shares on that than Rise Above. And then they shut it down.
Oh, what? You made a channel just called the Soviet Union?
No, I made a channel called Rise Above News, but they censored it straight away. And then when I checked the figures, it was like, there's been so many people on the channel. Where's the censoring come from so quickly? And it was 3,000 searches on Soviet Union and a few hundred views on the video. So everyone was Soviet Union on the hashtag.
Love it.
That might have done it.
Yeah, so if anybody's wondering, if you're new, what the Soviet Union is, it's what you're living in right now, comrade.
Yep.
Suspend all logic. Isolation is freedom. Ignorance is strength. You know the score. Everything's upside down. Soviet clown world, the peasant pantomime, the Soviet carousel, whatever you want to call it.
Don't breathe properly.
Yeah.
Well, we had Jay in, didn't we, to discuss this before?
Yeah, we actually had someone that grew up on the wrong side of the Berlin Wall.
Oh yeah, what a guess.
Soviet Jay. So he grew up in Soviet-controlled East Germany, and he wanted to come on the show. He contacted me through a third party, said he wanted to come on the show, talk about what's going on. And I said, well, what do you think about our term, the Soviet Union, to describe what's going on? He goes, this is what he said, I think it's an insult to the Soviet Union. I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, the Soviet Union was much better than this. I was like,
More freedom.
he goes, yeah, there's more freedom. This is going to be much worse than the Soviet Union. I was like, fuck, okay. Because people think it's stupid that I call it the Soviet Union. And I was like, no, it's not. No, it's really not. Like, literally, like, what's going on is straight out of the Soviet playbook on so many levels. It's as much fascistic as it is communistic.
So my mate, just on that note, so my mate, a very close friend of mine, he's literally just gone to France this week, just for 2 days, with a friend of his. They went to Paris, and he's unspeared. So he said that going into France from the UK, you get immediately separated if you're unspeared. You have to go into a separate booth, and you have to show like this your lateral flow negative tests, like, and you have to get tested every day. You have to wear your mask everywhere. if you're unspeared in France, you can't go into a restaurant, anything without showing your negative test or your proof of spearing, double spearing.
Fuck a lateral flow.
But literally, yeah, you get segregated at the airport into non-speared and speared. He said, if you're speared, you go that way. If you're unspeared, you go that way.
Mm-hmm. And all of France is protesting more than they were even before. All of France, and no reporting.
How could they protest even more than they were before? They've been hardcore
exactly
protesting for like 60
7-8
weeks
years
before the Soviet Union even took power.
You know, I was thinking this the other day, right? I'm going to say
they've been protesting since the French Revolution finished.
So I am no way inciting any violence here whatsoever. I'm no way inciting any violence.
We never would.
But I think it would be quite good if we did a rise above kind of like raffle when someone can place a date or just maybe a country from who is going to physically rebel and physically overthrow their government.
So what are you saying, Andy? You saying this?
We will stand and fight.
Yeah, like that. I mean, which country is going to be first to actually stand up and physically take their country back from the quote-unquote leaders?
How are Madagascar getting on? Because I haven't read much about them.
I don't know, mate. I don't know.
I know that Madagascar had a bit of a stance against the glorious cure.
Yeah.
Belarus
Belarus
as well.
yeah.
Belarus.
What do you reckon, Lars? Which country would be first to physically overthrow their government?
Hopefully this
revolution style.
I hope it's going to be the head of the snake. It's going to be us.
Yeah, hopefully us. Yeah.
Listen, if anyone's going to stand up to the Soviet Union, it will be us.
You reckon?
Well, Australia didn't.
No, they didn't, did they?
No.
And no disrespect to everyone that's anti-Soviet Union in Australia that is ready to stand up. But collectively, I mean, hey, we've talked about this before. I don't even know if standing up with force is the best thing to do anyway. You know, we've talked about this. When the Soviet Union is literally beating on people's doors, yeah, what, you're going to try and fight them with force? The people that have the ultimate monopoly on violence. You know, do we want to play straight into the hands of martial law by walking down the street and chanting and smashing stuff?
The trouble is, we'll just fill up their little camps, won't we? Then
exactly. You know, all of those plastic coffins and all those camps have been built for something. Wellingborough is being built for something.
Similar to that Gulag picture, somewhat.
Yeah, there's gulags waiting for all of us. We need to be smarter than that.
If the idea is to take out America as the world's superpower, isn't that going to be where the rebellion is kind of led?
Well, I would say so.
Hope.
But look how easy it was to quell all the gun-toting Americans. Just tell them to trust the plan.
Yeah.
And then they didn't do anything. And then the people that did go to the Capitol and storm it played right into the hands of those they're trying to be against. Welcome back into Guardians.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi's crashed, so I'm hotspotting now.
Oh, right, okay. You're not appearing on the screen just because we haven't got enough space. You're still with us.
Okay. No worries.
What's that?
Right.
Tell him what I found. Go on.
Right, basically, I sent Omar Beats on a jingle hunting mission last night. And today he phoned me. He's like, "You won't believe what I found. I found a Ghanaian, Chinese."
It's a comedy sketch show, right? But it's
made
perfect.
by Ghanaians, but they speak Chinese in it,
Yeah,
and it's called
perfect.
Master Lee.
It's called Master Lee,
and it's
about
all in
kung
Chinese,
fu.
but everyone's Ghanaian. And it's all in
Brilliant.
It's brilliant. It's really, really good. All of the Master Lee samples come from it. Maybe in the coming weeks we might play a bit of it because it's as good on the eye as it is on the ear. I've got to be honest.
And they've got some wicked sound effects as well.
Yeah.
On par with
Master Lee. Like with the half Ghanaian, half Chinese accent. Banging. Okay, I think we can move on. All right, C is definitely for the Soviet Union. I think is everyone happy with that?
Yeah,
C's for Soviet Union, yeah?
I'm ecstatic about it.
Yeah, me too. I love the Soviet Union. The best catalyst ever. Okay, so we've got a few images to go with the Soviet Union. We've got a few Soviet generals here. Thank you very much, Russ Kieran, part of our 5-man meme crack team. And obviously, big up Magic's Ito Memetica with the unholy Soviet Empire. I think it's actually the Coven Empire as well, but I think we might have changed it. But look at Health Chancellor. Oh no, shit! Big Pharma Gates with all of his medals there from Gavi, Pfizer, Microsoft.
Coven is more mystical. A coven is a coven of Soviets.
Yeah. Coven of Soviets. I love it. Okay. C is also for Commander of All Data, because in the Soviet Union, in Clown World, in Abo-Rizian slang, all of these people have to have code names or Abo-Rizian slang names. Some of them have more than one. This character has more than one.
Yeah, we also call him Sugar Mountain.
Yeah, well, that'll be S, so you could have saved that.
No, sorry, mate.
you got to be careful tonight. Right, so...
I didn't know we were doubling up on people's identities.
I couldn't help
We have
it,
to
just
double
because
down every time.
this picture is so good. Right, because obviously Commander Data clearly shows more life in his face, in his eyes, than the Commander of
Yes,
Data
he
does.
does.
He's literally got a 100% more
how you can
persona,
tell them
more
apart,
life, more humanity than the character on the left. Commander of all data of the Soviet Union, all he wants is data. He's just
And they're
basically-
about the same complexion.
That's because the character who plays him is played by a human.
Yeah, it's a human acting.
Command Data is played
like
by a
a-
human.
like an android.
acting. Yeah, as opposed to. Yeah.
Is the character on the left? Is he real?
I'm not sure. How would you ever know? No one has ever seen him in real life.
Yeah, I think the one on the right's more real.
No one.
Yeah, the one on the right's more real. You can like learn about him. He's got a name. This guy on the left. Well, we'll come on to more of him soon. But yeah, I've called him the Commander of all data, not because just he looks exactly like Commander Data. He is essentially like, everyone in the Soviet Union or every one of these overlords has got a section, like a segment,
sure.
a sector.
Should be sectioned.
Yeah.
Compartmentalised.
Yeah. So he's obviously in charge of data. He's the commander of all
So
data.
in the chat, the Dazzler Report Channel 108 calls him Fuckerberg. Yeah, I think that's quite good. Yeah.
Good one.
Like that. So C is for commander of all data. Right, this is a good one. C
Zuckerberg.
is for Zuckerberg, yeah. C is also for coinciditis. If anyone's unsure of what coinciditis is really a medical term that's only really come about in 2021.
Another word would be a short illness, no?
Well, its symptoms include blood clots, exploding hearts, and just mystery sudden death.
Just literally just dropping dead on the spot.
Yeah, so on the street it's often called short mystery illness syndrome.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, but
on flights, you could just die in your seat.
Yeah, it happens mainly to school children and professional sports people. They've suffered really badly from coinciditis in 2021. So here we've got Big Pharma Gates, and he's showing a graph. On the horizontal axis is time. So as time increases, the level of coinciditis is exponentially increasing.
I mean, I would say that's pretty through the roof, guys.
Yeah, so that means it's working, right? And here we see how the real pandemic emerges, says Big Pharma Gates. And this is the work of Virus Man. Big up on that on Virus Man. I actually commissioned this one, if I remember rightly, yeah?
You certainly did, mate. Can't take the credit for it.
Well, mate, you've got to take the credit for putting it together. I also noticed the bird here. She stood and she's got like... is that like the what is
It's
it?
the UN, yeah. It's the agenda.
17
2030.
yeah, the 17 sustainable
sustainable,
agenda
yeah.
goals.
She's just reading the UN documentation.
Just saying, oh right, yeah, increased coinciditis. Time this way, coinciditis going up. Yeah, that's good. That means it's working. Yeah. Yeah, perfect.
Don't forget, they've released Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 documents to the public. They're probably reading Agenda 2040.
Of course.
This is what they're reading here, which has just been...
like Agenda 2030, it forecasts the coinciditis. Agenda, by the time we get 2040, coinciditis, well, we've been living that for like 15, 20 years now, so it's a natural thing.
There'll actually be a Britney Spears concert ticket for that as well.
There'll be a Britney Spears like vigil, like a concert from in memory of all the people that have died of coinciditis. Here, come and get another Britney Spears concert.
Yeah.
That'll
to
help
protect you from coinciditis.
Oh, what, an anti-coinciditis Britney Spears concert? Yeah,
that's what I mean.
Yeah, right, okay.
It won't be a Travis concert.
Yeah.
Too early?
Oh no,
never too early here on Rise Above. Plenty of.
What do you mean too early? We make jokes 6 months about things 6 months before they happen. We were making jokes about Lord Schwab putting an array of microcomputers in people's buttholes last year. Little did we know he was going to start anally schwabbing people this year. So don't worry, it's never too late. It's too early. Sometimes it's too late. So C is for coinciditis.
Too little, too late.
Okay, this is where too little, too late. This is where I didn't get a picture for this. I'm going to hand it over to Inner Guardians. Right, this is something we talk about a lot on the show that people might not know what it means. The denying force. Inner Guardians, I'll hand it over to you.
All right. Okay. So the denying force. Excuse me. It's something that you have to factor into every activity, every occurrence, all phenomena. It contains the denying force in this realm. Now, it is spoken of that there are other realms or other dimensions where it's not a factor. But in this reality, as we know it, there is such a thing called the denying force, which basically means you've got a positive, negative, and a neutral. So people that only concentrate or believe in just the positive they often become victims of the denying force. So you could translate it to kind of mean the dark occultists. So anything of the dark occult could be the denying force. Now, if you don't know anything about dark occultism, it's very easy to become a victim of it. So what the light occultists do and can do is to de-occult what the dark agenda is, or what those in power that shouldn't be are up to. Now,
Which is
once
what
you
we do
factor that
here.
in, yeah, so when you can factor in the denying force, then you can actually be protected from it because you can recognize it. Once you can do that, then you can actually start to use it as a catalyst, because one person's denying force is another person's affirming force. So as an
You've actually
example,
you've hit a C there that we should probably come back to in a minute that I missed out on C, which is catalyst. But yeah, carry on.
yeah, so for instance, if you say the word no, that is a word of the denying force. It's a negative. But actually saying no when somebody's trying to kill you or wants to do harm to you is actually quite useful. So you can actually use the denying force. Now, it doesn't mean that you're of the dark occult spectrum. It just means that you understand the use of forces and the ability to balance the forces. There is no escaping the denying force. We're in this realm of which the denying force is 1/3, minimum 1/3. So the objective is to balance the forces. And that's what the esoteric, the light occultists will practice by using various exercises and observations, and being able to recognize when it is the denying force and not the affirming force. As an example, build back better.
Presenting
Better for who?
itself as the affirming force, better,
Yes.
building back.
Yeah.
But obviously, from our point of view, it's certainly being represented by the denying force. Tommy Tickle, who's new to the chat, big up Tommy Tickle. He says archons, denying force? ?
Yeah, I mean, they could be a manifestation from the denying force. The denying force isn't one thing or another. What you've got to recognize is that the denying force is 1/3 of a triad, of which is pretty much contained. Well, it's contained in everything that we know of in this realm. Every aspect of this realm contains 3 forces. Now, everybody understands polarity and duality. So you've got day, night, up, down. You've got the opposites. The purpose of humanity and civilization is to bring balance to the two. So you could use the analogy of having the lamb sat down next to the wolf in peace, with the human in between them. So a human being, how they should be, uncorrupted and without hijacked education, would be a human being who can bring balance to the polarity or the dualism.
Okay.
And that is our purpose. That is the meaning of life, in essence, in this realm.
There's nothing like the smell of toasted rabbit in the morning.
That's a good one. Okay.
Another way, right? Let me just add one more bit. If you want to identify the denying force, okay, remember the denying force isn't necessarily good or bad. It's anything that denies what your aim and intention is. So, for instance, if you wake up in the morning and set an intention to do something, it could be anything, whatever opposes that aim or intention automatically, by definition, becomes your denying force.
Yeah, I remember when we first started speaking, you said, like, if you get into a small group and you sit down and you make an intention to do something out in the manifestational world, an action, what's going to present itself to you as the first obstacle is going to represent the denying force. You said if you want to fight, if you want to seek out the denying force, try and do something positive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one. Now, these messages are very, very tricky. So, as an example, when you broadcast something that you intend to do, And everybody knows this. So, for instance, you go on Facebook and talk about something that you're going to do in the future. Guess what? You're summoning the denying force to come and get you, to prevent you from doing it. This is why. So, for instance, myself, I generally talk about what I've done, not what I'm going to do. Because remember, when you speak it, when you speak it, you're putting it out into manifestation, into a fluid realm that doesn't have
This
any
world is
particular output.
spoken into existence.
Yeah, it's very
Couldn't
flexible.
you argue though, if you sort of like following like, you know, the secret, the law of attraction, if you clearly state your intentions, is that not a way of helping them to manifest on the flip side?
No, you have to. No, this is where a lot of people get confused. You have to state your intentions as though it's already done.
Yeah.
Not that you're going to do. So, for instance, if I say
okay.
I want to give up eating ice cream, then that means I'm manifesting that I'm going to be giving up ice cream. I haven't actually given it up. I'll be trying to give it up, which is a massive difference.
Got ya.
Yeah. So you have to speak it as though it's already done. And that's very, very difficult because you're dealing with timelines. And this is why I say I live my life backwards. So I observe and I project backwards in order to go forwards. Because you're playing with timelines.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think we'll leave it at that.
Excellent. Yeah, because we are going to be dipping in and out of humour and the
Metaphysical
metaphysical.
madness.
So yeah, D is for denying force. Now the next one I'm going to show, this is really proper Abo-Rizian slang. No one would know what this means if I wasn't about to tell you. So if you ever hear us say the next one, D is for Dave's ice cream. Right?
Yeah.
Do you remember this one?
Yeah, yeah.
Now this goes back to when was it? December? Oh, no, it was about November when I first did the research last year, 2020, when I found out a link between the Soviet Union, the Britney Spears concert, and a certain virus. I can say HIV. HIV. I said Dave's ice cream because Dave's ice cream was the nearest 3-syllable thing that sounded like HIV I could come up with very quickly. Because I basically couldn't. Yeah, it was the nearest sounding thing phonetically. Dave's ice cream. It sounds like HIV. Dave's ice cream. Just the way my brain works.
Sorry, I've been wondering. I've been meaning to ask.
I made the video. It got us a real heavy strike on YouTube.
Immediately,
an immediate strike on YouTube. So what I had to do was I made a comedy video talking about Dave's ice cream, and then I put the real research on BitChute. Now you can find this on the Double LMC BitChute channel. It's called Coviet 1984 and the Dave's Ice Cream Connection. It's part 11 of my Coviet 1984 series. It's got some real hard-hitting information there. It's all from peer-reviewed science papers and actually from mainstream science papers as well. And I didn't even draw any conclusions. I literally just showed what it said in these papers about the creation of the Britney Spears concert, the virus, and Dave's ice cream, and the links, which I can't even talk about here because we'll just get taken down. So that's what, if you ever hear us, Dave's ice cream.
That's what it is, guys.
That's what it is, guys. And remember, that's why we're doing the A to Z, because we have to use these Abo-Rizian slang words to boogie to the left, boogie to the right, to get rid of the predatory rhythm of Al Gore.
That's it.
It is predatory.
He likes to
when he
boogie,
hits the
guys.
dance floor and he sees a sexy
he'll
lady,
spike you.
He'll
Dangerous.
spike your drink. He will come and do the cha-cha behind you, and before you know it, you're waking up in Bill Cosby's hotel bedroom
With your pants down and you're tied up.
Gosh.
with Al Gore washing from the
Dancing.
dancing
Yeah,
in the cupboard,
dancing.
watching Bill Cosby have his way with you.
Yeah. And then you've got the Jimmy Savile experience in the
The
metaverse.
metaverse
to
Jimmy
come.
Savile experience.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, so God, we're weird.
With
Right, Dave.
with what we're talking about with this A to Z, we're being very creative, which is very important to be creative, especially
Yep.
to try and outdo those that seek to control with algorithms and these other things.
Yeah,
egregores
because
and-
they're not creative. They're the opposite of creative. They're formulaic. They work through patterns and numbers and algorithms, essentially.
yeah, it's all about
where-
control.
Yeah,
Control freaks.
I can create a whole language of really stupid words to describe what they do. It's great.
Open your mind.
That's from the little dude that grows out of the other mate's like stomach in what's he called? What's he called? No, he's like Quaid. No, the guy Arnie's called
not
Quaid.
Quaid, yeah.
He's
It's,
called. Someone tell me what the little dude in Total Recall, the little stomach dude. What's he called? He's the leader of the resistance, and he comes out of the other guy's stomach. He's like Quaid, and he's like a little homunculus.
Open your mind.
Open your mind. That's a badass drum and bass tune, isn't it?
That's why I've got it.
Hey,
So you got it.
Nick Longworth's asked a question. Aren't you?
Yes.
Aren't you guys worried about the Al Gore will update? Because we kind of writing it down. Well, this is it's a very good question, and you will find this when you're confronted with anybody that's kind of psychopathic or narcissistic. They generally, if you're playful and creative and use a lot of vision and imagination, they just can't get it. It's almost you go in a different dimension to them. Literally.
The all-seeing eye can't see the change in this vibration. That's one of my bars, and they couldn't understand this level of innovation. They can't. The algorithm.
They can't keep up.
They can't. Al Gore cannot break dance battle with me. Can't
Well,
do
how
it.
can it? Because it's been programmed by people with no creativity.
No. And
That's
the thing.
why I say put me in a room with the chiefs of this mess, shall we say, and I have no fear at all. I can completely outdo them. Mentally, verbally.
And we would pay to watch.
And probably physically, I'd say, Master Lee.
Beat them at Scrabble too.
Summon your inner Statham.
Yes, that's perfect.
Statham!
Ready, cop. Okay, so yeah.
I mean, do you want to explain that? Or we'll wait till S?
No, I haven't put Statham in there.
Well, we'll add it.
Okay, yeah. Just remember when we get to S to bring up Statham. All right, so D is for Dave's Ice Cream. I said before we get to G, we'll have a music break courtesy of Homer Beats. D is for Dave's Ice Cream, the virus that's connected to Britney Spears and the Boosters. Right, here's a good one. This is recent. Sheep Farm Boys have been going in on this particular. D is for Divok 91.
That's it.
What is Divok 91, Andy?
So you put a mirror on that, guys. Yeah, and it's Coviet 19 back.
Now,
like, you know.
the word Divok in Hebrew also means possession of an evil spirit. Its Hebrew origin, Divok means in Latin to break up, to sunder, to disrupt, divide, tear. The spirit of a dead person, essentially. The thing is that Hebrew is read backwards to conventional alphabets. So they read from right to left rather than left to right. So every time that the C word has been plastered all over the globe, and this is what we said when we first found out about this, every time it's been said, it's like backwards, that means Divok. Divok 91. What was it I said? I've got 90 problems, but a Divok ain't one.
Oh, yeah, I've got 91 problems, but a Divok ain't one. That's the anti-Divok mantra that we use here on Rise Above.
So what I said, like, if you was to try to summon a Divok, like, if you summon the Candyman, you've got to say his name 5 times.
Yeah.
Imagine how many times Divok 91 was said throughout 2020. In a
on
Guardian,
a global scale.
Master Lee estimated that if you counted every single time it was said on every different TV set, not every station, every different set, every time it was printed, every poster, every sticker, at least 33 billion times.
33 billion, guys.
Just a rough estimate. Just got his metaphysical calculator out, goes, yeah, roughly 33 billion. But, you know, it would be in the many billions, I would say. Pretty good way to summon a Divok, wouldn't it?
Well,
say my name, say my name.
Manifestation
Divok
is
91.
spoken into this world, so, you know.
Yeah.
There you go, guys. Stop saying Divok 91.
So on the right there, we've got some V-Man. Do you want to talk us through this? Because this wasn't a Divok meme, was it?
No, it wasn't. No, this
I've
was...
reappropriated it here.
This was when Chris Whitty announced to the public that they were going to Britney Spears the kids, and so this is kind of a representation of Pandora opening the box and to a whole world of hell. I'll put it like that. Yeah.
I chose it because for anyone that's has common knowledge of Hebrew folklore, a divok or a dibuk, as it is spelled in Yiddish with a B and a UK, they can often be stored inside an object
A container.
or a box, I've seen unwrapping videos of Dybbuk boxes on YouTube where people buy a Dybbuk box on YouTube for like a couple of $100. It arrives, this stinking old wooden box. It smells of like rotten flesh, and they're unwrapping it, and there's like rabbits' feet and stuff in there. And you know how real it is, I've got no idea. But they're trying to make a spooky video, and the thing's got dead animals in it. And it's
This
like,
is what Lance does in
would
his
you-
spare time, guys. He watches videos like this.
You see my YouTube playlist? Holy shit!
I think
You wanna check
Astro
out his
World was
algorithm.
Yeah, algorithm doesn't even want to dance with me. You won't even get on the dance floor. Dirty dancing. Patrick Swayze, this motherfucker.
The Astro World thing was a manifestation of, you know, the Pandora's box being opened, right?
Well, they opened the portal right at the right minute, didn't they?
It looked like they opened the fucking box from Ghostbusters where you step on the pedal and it sucks all the demons in, like those ectoplasm rays come out and everything gets sucked in. That's what he looked like when he started stamping on stage, when he saw the people passing out. He goes, yep, yep. Start stamping on stage, and then open up the portal. It looked like the Ghostbusters ghost box. That's
He was
what I
like
thought.
2 hands up. I want to hear this. I want to feel this. The floor shake.
I want to
didn't he?
feel it fucked up.
Yeah.
Wow.
I was listening to an eyewitness account today, actually, about that concert.
They're
And
starting
they
to get
said-
banned off TikTok now.
Yeah, they said when they were running out, they ran past. They reckon around about 50 bodies, and this is what made me, it sort of spiked my attention, is that they said they were all laid out in triangles.
What?
Now, this eyewitness, it wasn't like somebody from the esoteric or the occult. It was just a random
normie.
Yeah. They said the bodies were in
All
triangles.
the dead bodies were laid out in triangles.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but
And does everyone know this? That an internal security document has leaked to CNN that shows that the security guards were briefed before the concert to never use the word dead or deceased to describe partygoers. When they died, when they carried out, do you know what the code word was for them?
Go on.
Smurfs.
Smurfs?
Yeah, because they didn't want anyone over the radio to hear dead or deceased, as if anyone at that concert would have heard anything coming from the security guard's radio.
Yeah,
They
right.
couldn't even hear it themselves, apparently. But why would you have a protocol for describing dead bodies so that other people can't hear it? Because that means you want the concert to carry on. So you've actually written into your security protocol that you're expecting to be pulling dead bodies out of the crowd. You'll call them Smurfs. So
That's to not alert anyone
just
on
to know,
radio,
People won't be alerted by
transmissions.
the fact they see a dead body. They don't want to hear the word dead body on the radio, so call it a Smurf. Like, what? That's some,
So again,
that's some
it's
Divic 91 business.
It's a prerequisite that they knew what was going to happen.
Well, I don't know.
I would be interested. Do you know who I would be interested to hear from? Is somebody who designs, who works for someone like Glastonbury, right? Because you think a huge event like Glastonbury, right? Whoever actually designs the layout for the crowd of the main stage, I would like to speak to that.
What,
to
you
have
mean by
someone
putting
like
the
that.
cross in the
Lee
middle
could
of it?
actually.
Oh yeah,
put a
no,
bit
but
of
I'm just saying
insight into
for them
this.
to look at the layout of the place and analyze it from their perspective and be like, yeah, this is totally fucked up. I'm guaranteed they would say it's not right for them to have that layout or for that
I mean-
many people in there in that small amount of space. I'm sure they would say that. And like you're just saying that if they've got a prerequisite it's called Dead Body Smurfs, they obviously know what's going to happen. It's obviously orientated.
Well, also
that way.
Travis Scott has been caught on a radio interview from like a year ago, and someone was saying about how his shows are so lit and turned up, and he's like, "Yeah, my shows I want blood, blood." And the guy's like, "What? You bleed?" He's like, "No, not my blood, the fans' blood. I want blood."
Yeah, there you go.
He demands blood from his fans.
He demands his fans' blood, and look
Yeah,
what happened.
The guy's obviously, he's obviously a
All you
psychological
got to do, I
Satanist,
didn't even
mate.
know who he was until less than a week ago, right? And I literally just put
Stop
his
shouting!
name.
You are so loud.
Sorry, I put his name into Google and I just went images and there's loads of pictures of him like with blood all over him.
Yeah,
and,
he loves it.
Like inverted
this is-
pentagrams and shit.
this is something I've observed
He's
lately.
into it.
So, something I've been looking at lately is that these characters on the stage, like world stage, how they just appear from nowhere.
Yeah.
It's like you've never heard of them, then all of a sudden they're like very important.
And also, they
Lots of fans.
often they have very low levels of skill and talent. Like Travis Scott, no, he's famous for rapping about nothing. And I'll say it now, the guy can't rap.
You said it. You coined it amazingly the other night. Mumble rap.
Yeah, no, it's officially called mumble rap.
Oh, that's
that.
what
They
it's
even
called,
call
yeah.
it
Never heard that
They
term,
already,
right.
they even call it that themselves because
Right.
they know that they can't rap.
So, what else are they? Like you said on Monday's Mercy broadcast. What else has he got? All he can do is make. He's got no lyrical skill, so he just says, "Yeah, just go mental."
Well, and he
Yeah,
sort of
just
goes,
go nuts, just go nuts.
and he does that like off-key singing, and they put the auto-tune with it, so it sounds even more demonic. You saw him on the stage while the people were dying.
It's like
he
in a
was
trance,
he was
wasn't
like
he?
doing
Yeah.
the robot going, "Oh man," and it's like, what? You sound like you're dying as well.
Yeah,
That's his performance.
it's very odd. And then we played the Kanye West little clip of him talking about the chakras.
I need to point this out, right? So Astro and 8 is something that happened. We had Astro World, we had Astro from UB40 dying on the same day.
Yeah.
We had all of the 8s at this thing and the Saturn connection, right? We had the 808 music that Kanye was talking about. Well, guess who else died on the same day?
Go on.
The guy from 808 State.
No.
Yeah, he died of coinciditis on the same day as Astro
Wow.
did. So you've got another 808. I would say this is an Astro 808 ritual.
So how?
Yeah,
how
this particular
is-
ritual, you could spend years dissecting it.
People
This
will
is
be talking
probably
about
one
this
of the
for years,
most
Master Lee.
occulted rituals, dark occulted rituals in history. Honestly,
Look
it
at
goes so
look at what
deep.
Levi's saying. Astro World is part of Astro Week too. I
Yeah,
wonder
yeah,
if the
you've
rest of
also
the thing
got,
got cancelled.
What's the week? This is the Samhain week or Samhain.
So Master Lee, is
Sam
that
Hain.
is
Sam
that
Hain
an
week, yeah.
actual a ceremony? Is it or a ritual or of some description? And it's called 808 Astro 808. Is that what you're talking about? One of the most
Who, me?
important things. Yeah.
No, just this whole particular ritual.
Right. Sorry. I'm with you, yeah.
Sacrifice. Yeah, this particular sacrifice. The more I look at it, it just goes deeper and deeper and deeper.
Sorry, I'm with you. I thought
Yeah.
you were talking about the actual name as Astro 808.
No, that's what I said just before. You just swabbed it together.
Yeah. So the well.
No, I'm with Inner Guardians, right, Master Lee. I think that this will be talked about for decades. The same way
Like
that
9/11.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
9/11.
yeah,
The
yeah.
same people, the way people are still looking at videos of the London 2012 Olympic ceremony.
Yeah, for sure.
The same way people are still looking at pictures of
the Boston bombings,
the Boston
everything,
bombings, the
yeah.
Bataclan, stuff
And
like that.
the football, the Liverpool, was it?
But this is so much more. It's so much more.
Yeah.
It was a super duper portal to hell light show with phoenixes and
I'll
people
tell you what
dying.
I'll tell you what
with
it is. I'll tell you what it is, right? In particular, it's a ritual, a sacrifice that was done in public and right in front of everybody.
in front of the whole world.
Yeah, which gives it extra in their world, it gives them extra points.
Well, I was going to
Extra
make a
value.
post on Facebook the other day, but I stopped because I thought I was just taking the piss too much. I was going to say 2021, the year when human sacrifice finally became acceptable again. And I'm not just talking about Divic 91, Britney spearing kids. Look what happened at Travis Scott. I think it was the most blatant example of a human
This is
sacrifice.
going to be the new
ritual.
normal. This will be
Well,
the new
Yeah,
normal.
yeah,
We were
this is the new
talking-
normal.
we were talking on
Human
Monday
sacrifice
night.
is the in thing again, comrade.
We were talking on Monday night, weren't we? We were saying that they want to stop, events and people moving around the realm and doing things like that. So they're going to make things appear to be very dangerous, and
But I think things are quite dangerous.
yeah. But
No, I think Lance is right. They're bringing back human sacrifice.
Mm.
They're going to make it acceptable.
So it's like if you want to live in the real world, you'll have to live the new normal where human sacrifice is the in thing again. Or you can
Yeah.
go to the metaverse. But who knows what type of sacrifice you can do in the metaverse? You can just sacrifice someone over and over again.
eternally.
Eternal sacrifice.
They're trying.
Wow, digital sacrifice.
Or unless that is the
Desensitise,
sacrifice.
dehumanise.
Michael.
Going into the metaverse is sacrificing yourself.
Well, for the most part, anybody that actually attended that concert was sacrificed. Not
They
just the
had to
ones that
witness
died.
it. That's in their psyche. The ritual was in their psyche.
Well, they're aligned to that. They're aligned to that frequency. I don't mean music.
That will
I
be
just
with
mean
them
the
for
whole,
the rest of their
whole
life.
thing.
That will
Yeah.
haunt them for the rest of their life. The frequencies, there are so many of them coming out now. I was talking to Martin Edwards about it last night when he popped round to the studio to get his hoodies. He was saying that like the amount of testimonies that he's read of people that went to that concert, and this other person was writing about how some of these people that have gone to that concert have been asked onto podcasts that are totally underground, even more underground than us. They're like on the dark web and stuff, right? They're not even on the normal internet. And these kids have gone on these podcasts and they've talked about stuff that they couldn't possibly know about. And everyone in the podcast is eating it up like, holy shit. You know, they've literally been injected into a whole new world of symbols, demonic shit, human sacrifice, occultism, and they've literally come into the world by witnessing it firsthand.
That is
right in front of their
literally
face.
balls first down the
That's
rabbit hole.
That is jumping
straight in.
directly into the deep end of the swimming pool.
But this is also part of this apocalypse, the greatest apocalypse, because it's been exposed. So this type of thing would have taken place in undercover. Now it's gone public, along with a lot of other things, a lot of other behaviours. It's gone
Master Lee,
public.
question,
This is part of
just on
the
what-
apocalypse.
On what you just said there, so them making it go public, right? Do you think possibly that could be some dark occultist, just like almost like a pissing contest? You know, like
No,
showing
I
who's
think
got
they're
the bigger
they're
bit that
trying
they
to
can do
take.
out in public so blatantly, like to the public. Like, do you think that's someone like almost showing off?
No, they're trying to take the whole sacrifice thing to another level. I was going to say this on Monday about the true meaning of sacrifice. Most people don't know what it means, like in terms of the dark occultists. There's no real first principles about what it actually is. It's not just about the taking of life. You have to fully understand what is the meaning of life and death.
So I go into. I mentioned before. I'm putting together a presentation on the season of sacrifice, and I go deeply into the ancient etymology of the word and what it actually means in dark occult terms and light occult terms, actually.
Yeah, well, so as an example, if I was to say life and death is like a heartbeat or a pump of this realm. So when somebody dies, that gives life, and vice versa. It's an organism. It's a pump. So when you've heard me talk about death brings life. It's only when you're the living dead that it becomes problematic. Now, if people stop dying in terms of death, then existence, we couldn't exist. It's literally like a pump. It's
like a breath.
A mechanism. Yeah, I mean, the way I generally describe it is I say every life and death is a cosmic breath, heartbeat, or in some cases, a fart.
Yeah, your life can be either a divine cosmic breath, or it can just be like a cosmic fart.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, it depends on the quality of your consciousness, and it depends
The
what
choice is
what you
yours,
do.
comrade. be the divine breath or the cosmic fart. Okay, so we have covered Divic 91. We slightly went on a bit of a Travis Scott occult ritual rabbit hole there, but that's Rise Above. That's the nature of the beast. Next, D is for digital immunity passport, as in, show me your digital immunity passport, comrade. It's for your safety. This is a classic from
This
Virus
was one
Man.
of the first.
This is one of the first.
Yeah, this one's coming true, isn't it? This was kind of
Well,
tongue
yeah,
in
it has
cheek
come
at the
true.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, because like I remember, like I think this is one that I poked you for. I was like, we need a stormtrooper outside a supermarket saying, "Show me your digital immunity passport." You came up with this. Everyone thought it was either hilarious or they thought it was really stupid if they hate Rise Above, as some people sadly do. But the joke is on them because this is coming here at 100 miles an hour.
Actually, I'd like to correct you, mate. The joke is on absolutely everyone. Yeah, that's it. The joke is on all of us.
Well,
I call it dip. I call
Go
it dip. Dipshit. It's for dipshits.
Yeah.
DIP. Dip.
Yeah, DIP.
nice.
Sheep dip. Sheep dip.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, a sheep dip. Yes, show me your sheep dip. I've already said, right, I have made a promise, and I'm going to say it on air right now. Since the 50th show, everyone knows me. If you know me by now, if I say something, I generally do it. If they pull off this thing that they're talking about, they've just done in Austria and in Australia, that the next lockdown is only for people that haven't been to the Britney Spears concert. So people that haven't been to the Britney Spears concert and not allowed out of their house, do you know what I promised to do?
I've seen it, but
I'm going to dress in the Soviet Union General's uniform, right? And I'm going to do a nationwide tour of town and city centres. I'm going to stand in the middle of the street, going up to people dressed as the Soviet General, and ask them for their papers live on the street, and I'll film it.
Wow.
If that happens, I will do that. There'll be a whole little mini series on Rise Above. Show me your papers, comrade.
I'll buy a jacket.
Yeah,
I see people in the comments are getting into the spirit of it. LFX, he's put dipshit and divos.
Dippos. Divok Dippos. Have you got a Divok? Show me your sheep dip.
We're evoking the spirit of creativity.
Oh, wait a minute. I better just increase the alphabet here. Wait a minute, comrade. Yeah, so D is for Divok 91. It's also for Digital Immunity Passport. It's for your safety. Show it to me now if you want to go to Sainsbury's. Okay. This is where we hand over to Inner Guardians again. E is for Essence. Essence is something we talk about a lot on the show.
Should have had a newborn baby.
I know. I thought I had a picture of everything, but there's a couple of gaps. Yeah, a picture of newborn baby. So Essence, Inner Guardians.
Well, I mean, that's pretty metaphysical because you thought there's nothing there.
I deliberately did that.
Yeah, very deep. Why do I get all the deep ones?
Well, because you're our metaphysical expert.
Okay, all right. Well, I can do this in two ways. I can go into real detail, or I can probably pull this off in one sentence.
I mean, we're only on E, and so
we've got to speed up a little bit.
Right. Okay, right. So I'm going to give the gist of essence.
That's better.
Yeah.
Okay, so
G is for
essence. Essence is what is essentially yours.
Essential.
Nice.
That's it.
Wow.
I'm not talking on the physical plane.
No.
It's not like your
Essence
it's not like your lighter.
Is what essentially yours.
Yeah.
I like that.
Remember, I said when I got asked the question before, I said it's what you bring into this realm. In fact, it's potentially the only thing that is really you.
I get
essentially.
People question me a lot on this, and they say, oh, it's just the same as the soul, and I'm like, no. So do you want to go into the differentiation between the soul and the essence, Master Lee? Just quickly, little breakdown.
Yeah, well, you can add another one, which is spirit. So people get confused. So that gives you the triad. So let's start backwards. So spirit is breath. So any creature that breathes has spirit. Okay, but it doesn't necessarily have a soul or essence. Okay, the soul, and there's different schools of thought on this, but the one I generally ascribe to is that a soul is not something that's guaranteed. It's something that you are here to develop. Essence is what is essentially yours. So that is your kind of sovereign right. Not everybody has the right to a soul. You have to.
Did you get cut off there?
I think maybe batteries maybe.
Oh, he's got a bit of a bad signal. That always happens when he's about to say something really important. Yeah, he's gone down to zero connection. I think, what he's getting to is essence is something that...
Everyone's born with essence, but
you
not
have to
everyone.
earn a soul.
You have to earn a soul and have to develop a soul over the time that you're here. I think that's what the gist is.
That is the gist of essence. Yeah. If anyone wants to hear it a little bit more, on Monday night's stream, where there were some questions, and I do believe Master Lee talked about essence on Monday night as well, didn't he? Yeah.
And I think just, generally go over to Inner Guardian's YouTube channel and check out his videos there, because he goes into a lot of this stuff in quite a lot more depth than he has time for here.
Yeah. So E is also for esoteric and exoteric. We can explain this one.
Yeah. So esoteric is within, and exoteric is without. So you don't like exits. Yeah, that's think exit out, and eso in. That's all it is. This is the difference.
So it's a word we use a lot to describe what we talk about on Rise Above, along with the word occult. Esoteric is really the inner teachings, the inner world, the world of...
Master Lee, you there?
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. Yeah. You've got green signal now. You went a little bit
Where did I drop out?
So you were just saying about everyone is essentially born with essence, but you're here to develop this soul, and you have to kind of earn a soul in this world.
Yeah. Essence, soul, and spirit is like the trinity of a human being, but the soul is not guaranteed.
Okay.
And those that don't develop, actually, I'll leave it because I think this is on the A to Z as well.
It will be, yeah.
To come.
Trust me.
Okay.
All right, we
Cool.
actually went on to the next one, the difference between esoteric and exoteric.
Okay.
Yeah, so we use the
Exoterics without, and esoterics within.
well, could you say, yeah, it's the outer world and the inner world?
Yeah. Or if you talk about like mystery schools, like it'll be esoteric teachings, and if you're talking about things like what's put out to the public, Christianity, and go to church every Sunday, that's a very exoteric teachings that they're doing there. That's what it is. In the nuts and bolts. Would you agree with that, Marcel?
Yeah. These can be. I mean, you can describe these in very simple terms, or you can go very deep. You could use this as like inside world, outside world.
Yeah, that's what you just.
Yeah.
But it could also mean what is open and what is hidden.
Yes.
There's actually a third one, which is mesoteric. So exoteric is what's commonly known. Esoteric is what is not commonly known.
Yeah.
You
what about
can also
mesoteric?
you can also break this down in a slightly different way. You've got C influence, B influence, and A influence. So that's double occulted. So if I was to say to somebody it's C influence, that would mean it's esoteric. If I say something's A influence, that means it's exoteric. In actual fact, everything comes from the esoteric, and then it gets downgraded or degraded
Into its outward manifestation, right?
Yeah. So this is why you have to truly appreciate and understand the exoteric. You need to understand the esoteric.
Yeah, I've just because Magic's asked a question. What does teric mean? So I've just had a little look online. Teric means more. It's a Greek term. However, it's specific to these terms. Esoteric is the example they give, which means belonging to an inner circle. In the Greek, esotericas.
So it's really sort of like it's really talking about the mystery schools then. If it's
It can do, yeah, but it can be applied to anything. So, for instance, you could use say the scale of A, B, and C in terms of food. So McDonald's would definitely be A influence. So anything mainstream, anything that is of the general public, and that's very popular, it becomes closer to A rather than C. Sometimes people say that C influence, the word C stands for celestial. So it's coming from a higher place. But it doesn't mean like one is better than the other, because at the end of the day, it's like any triad. You need all three.
Got an excellent question here from MK using 2 Aborigine words. Does Britney change the essence? In a Guardians?
In my opinion.
Yes, in your humble opinion. Can Britney corrupt your essence?
I think it's a tool to do that, yeah. I think that's what its aim is to do.
Who knows
but
how
whether
many
it can
doses?
Whether it can actually do it is down to the level of somebody's intention or ability to aim. Intent conquers everything, or overrides everything. But taking the Britney is not it's not helpful. Put it that way.
Yeah.
Because this is all part of this. This is all part of the soul capturing. They're trying to. You heard me talk about developing a soul. Well, they're trying to capture that mechanism where you develop a soul. They want you to develop a soul for them because they don't have one.
Wow. So it could actually, that mRNA technology, it could be actually rewiring us in a way that we're more, what can I say, like,
Disconnected.
well,
Disconnected from
disconnected,
the
but
capability.
potentially more connected to a different frequency that's more
That's not
compatible.
yours. That's not
Yeah, it's
essentially
not.
yours.
Yeah, exactly.
But whose is it? If it's not yours, whose is it? It's got to belong to someone or
Well,
something.
It's being hijacked.
the next E goes on very nicely from exactly what we're saying now about the hijacking of our souls. E is also for egregore. Egregore.
Great imagery there.
Yeah, I just typed in egregore to
Yeah,
Google,
yeah.
and this is what it came up with. So, I mean, I'll start off because we've been Inner Guardians have been working hard the last few. The egregore is, as I understand it, a collective thought form. It's like a golem of what's the word? Ideas that come together and form something from the collective that acts out on all of us. Am I getting that right, Inner Guardians?
Yeah, and it's also linked to the exoteric. So an egregore would be a mechanism designed potentially to take something from the esoteric and make it exoteric, so that it's based on volume, not quality, but volume,
Right.
because they're playing a numbers game of control.
So we could say that Divok 91 is an egregore. It's been created
Yep.
through a collective thought form projected out from the Soviet Union into the minds of the populace, and now it lives in it illegally occupies their minds, and they act it out, and then therefore it becomes manifest, right?
Yeah, it's literally like having a program and somebody sitting back and pressing enter, and an egregore eventually is self-sustaining, kind of. So if you look at, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, it's like in this country, say the government are holding back, and now the people are just rolling with it without the assistance of the government, because it's actually been created. It's become its own beast.
A self-sustaining collective illusion,
Yeah,
trapping
but
you in a show like Truman.
one big problem, because anybody can create a thought form. You can give birth to a thought form and send it out into creation. But that's like a single thought form. An egregore would be a collective thought form. Now, one of the big problems is if you create a thought form manifestation, if you don't continue to feed it, it will come after you because you've given it life. So you're kind of indebted to it to keep sustaining it. And this is where, say, for instance, the denying force, if you create something on the denying force spectrum, it will come back at you at some point.
And the egregore is coming back upon all of those that have been building it and feeding that Divok since March last year, saying stand 2 meters apart, put your mask back on, to stay at home.
Constant barrage of propaganda.
Propagandizing themselves.
Yeah.
Self-sustaining propaganda, turning everyone into their own individual propaganda machine. That is the nature of the egregore.
Self-slaughter.
Self-slaughter on an algorithmic scale. Wow. Okay, so what's my next slide? I've got a little preview here. Okay, next one. We'll do F, and we'll finish with F before a break. The next one is another Rise Above classic, courtesy of Inner Guardians. F is for Food for the Moon. Right, what the hell does Food for the Moon mean? What is Food for the Moon? That sounds weird. Okay, so I'll start off by telling who.
Sorry, that was an accident.
We can hear you playing around with the decks in the background.
Sorry, apologies about that.
Food for the Moon. G, ladies and gentlemen, is for Godvaj. We call him Godvaj On YouTube, he's called God Vlamast, but I feel like I just don't like using that word. We call him Vaggie.
Is that the pronunciation?
I guess so.
Pronunciation?
Guess so. Where should I start with G?
Forecasting across the entire crater realm. #VagLife.
Yeah, that's pretty much sums it up.
Yeah.
God Vag or God Vlamast, Wim.
He is an. I'll describe him as
Go for it,
as
please.
an
I've been talking too
esoteric
much.
teacher. He is a form of an esoteric teacher. He's also a spiritual and metaphysical theorist. Wouldn't you say that's fair?
I think that's very fair, yeah.
Yeah, a spiritual and metaphysical theorist who presents his work very well and who's got a huge following now.
I think God Vag is a visionary.
He is a visionary.
He's literally the epitome of a visionary,
And
right?
I'll tell you what, this guy's got some serious courage, right, putting out the content that he has done in a way that he has, purely on his own. He admits right at the start of his videos that he's not very good, like with graphics and that kind of stuff. So yeah, this guy's got a lot of courage. Like, let alone what content he's putting out. This is some serious.
Well, he sort of took on the whole flat Earth community and the Globers all at the same time.
Yeah,
which is very brave.
He took on the entire crater.
He took on the entire crater by coming up with the crater theory. That sort of basically it smashes globe theory and flat Earth theory out of the water, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
If you
It
really want to
combines
go,
a few ideas. I think it's
it does,
I think it's
and
a
it
fair
solves a
representation.
lot of problem of why why you can't go to Antarctica. It certainly solves that problem. That we actually live in a crater, and the moon is a reflection of a greater Earth that our crater realm is on. You know, to do
wins.
this justice, it takes a
yoga.
lot. In the Guardians, you still with us?
Yeah.
Oh, you sound
Can you hear me?
very distant there. Let me just turn you up a little bit. Maybe put the mic a bit closer to your mouth.
Right,
There we
how's
go.
that?
Yeah. How would you describe God Vag?
Is a crater yoga master. I call him God Namaste.
God Namaste. God Namaste. Yeah, that. Wait a minute. I heard. Well, he's Flemish anyway. I actually heard that the word God Namaste was actually some sort of like swear word in Flemish or slang swear word. It's probably like some fucking like rise above word, isn't it?
Yeah.
In Flemish. Well, listen. If you watch this show, you know about God Vag. We almost play one of his videos almost every week.
Yeah, we'll put a link to Godvad's work, aka Wim. We'll put a link to his YouTube channel.
He's
in
probably
the
watching right now. Just big up Wim.
Absolutely. If
He
you're
watches
there,
Rise
Wim,
Above.
just big up yourself.
At the end of the day, what else are you going to do on a Friday night apart from watch Rise Above? You know, we hang on Wim's videos like on every video we make. We'll wait for the next one to come out. He had a bit of a hiatus throughout the summer months and came back with an amazing offering. We haven't even talked about his last video yet.
I'm seriously waiting for his next one because I'm sure it's going to contain the metaverse.
Yeah.
And then Rise Above and Godvadge have synced again.
Yeah, we have a lot of crossover, like we do with Sheep Farm. There's a lot of
I'm
crossover
sure
with
the,
our work and God Vag.
Yeah.
Syncretism.
Yeah, we synchronise and we syncretize rather with God Vag a great deal.
We missed a sync.
Sympathize.
Hey, me and Wim, we just email. You know, something goes down. Before I do some research, I usually consult God Vag first. Like before we talked about the metaverse, I was like, I sent him the symbols. I thought, what do you think the metaverse is? And you know, he sort of confirmed what I was already thinking. You know, he sent me like we showed on Monday when we were talking about Travis Scott. He sent us his own take on what was going on. He transposed the picture of the Travis Scott whole soul energy hub.
What country? Where does he actually live?
Belgium.
He's in Belgium.
Yeah, Flemish.
I wonder
Belgium.
if we can get him over.
He said the only reason he doesn't come on the show is because he doesn't like speaking to people through a screen. He said if he could physically come here, he would love to come and chill out with us and come on the show. He actually said that.
Let's get Godvadge. Let's get him over.
Imagine the paperwork you'd have to fill out to import like 80 kilograms of pure God Vag into the United Kingdom of the Soviet Union.
Wow.
Imagine like the EU, like and the import-export
The
forms.
Soviet restrictions.
This here is actually
Great
the only
Godvadge
passport.
and Rise Above physically collaborating in the same.
What would the-
God, could you
what would the
imagine if we
Crater
invited Sheep
passport look
Farm
like?
down to the studio as well and had the full triad?
33 pages of the Crater passport. You have to stamp all 33 pages every time you come over here. Yeah, this is the only known photo of God Vag in existence that was on the top left here.
We don't even know if that's him. That's just
Yeah, we don't even know if
that
that's
could be
him.
his alias. For all we know, that could just be some picture of some dude we don't know.
No, but honestly, big up Wim. Like myself, he's a musician. He's a bit of an artist.
Is he a musician?
Yeah, I think he
Oh
makes.
no, yes, you showed me
he's
some
got
of
a
his
rock
music
band.
pre-crater.
Well, pre-crater
Yeah,
theory,
yeah.
And like you see here on this
I
little,
remember.
this little graphic. Yeah, he created
Crater rock. Awesome, amazing.
So you can see here that he didn't make this thing on the bottom right. Crater on the greater Earth. Discoveries made by Godflamast. Solspicius Gallus M, the name of the crater, the moon map, the firmament, NASA, Walt Disney World, space shuttle. People have made whole websites dedicated to his work.
Yeah, you've told me this before.
And
They've got whole YouTube channels dedicated to his work.
No, I wouldn't say it's dedicated to him. I would say that Radiation Matters guy on YouTube is like a Godvagian disciple who has taken Godvag's work and
run with the ball.
He picked
run
up the
with the
ball and
ball,
he's
yeah.
running with it 100 miles an hour. If you like Godvag, check out Radiation Matters on YouTube. If you think Godvag's videos are out there, wait until you see this guy.
I sent you one the other day, didn't I? And you were like, "Yeah, this dude's like another Godvag teacher."
Well,
yeah, he's got some good content as well.
Yeah, really good. Yeah, so G is for Godvag or Godflamast. In
Big
case
up
you
Wim.
didn't already
Mighty
know.
Wim.
Big up Mighty Wim, the chief seer of the Crater Realm. G is also for the Greta Reset. The Greta Reset. This here, ladies and gentlemen, this is a seminal piece of Rise Above work. This is the first ever meme that we saw from Virus Man. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Tell her how this came about.
We commissioned it, didn't we?
We had a competition on
We
one
had
of
a
our very
competition
first shows,
and Virus
maybe
Man was-
episode 3 or 4, maybe.
Yeah, he was the only one that actually entered, and we were like, "Well, that's enough anyway." We
We were talking about the
need-
Great Reset, right? To be fair, we've been talking about it since episode 1, and we've been, taking the piss out of Greta. And someone just said, I don't know who it was, just said the Greta Reset, and I was like, oh my god, that's amazing. Right, meme competition. We need a meme that's got Greta, Lord Schwab, and the Reset in it, and this was the first and only entry.
And that was enough.
That was enough. Instantly,
That's all we had to see,
Come and
guys.
be a part of the family. The Greta Reset. By the way, this is going to be available as a T-shirt. It is going on a T-shirt. It will be available hopefully by next week. Certainly in time for Christmas. There'll be Resist the Soviet Union on one T-shirt, and Greta Reset on another T-shirt.
Yeah.
All profits go to Rise Above. It will be riseabove.news/merchandise. G is for Greta Reset. Here we've got some more Greta Reset imagery. Kieran Ross on the left. We have a tiny little Greta being comforted by George Soros dressed as a Soviet sort of soldier.
Full comfort and care provided.
Yeah, full comfort and care for miniature Greta there. Yeah, big up Russ Kieran, part of our meme dream team.
Look at the look on our face as well. Like,
Look at the names. Look at the people on the block.
Yeah, you've got Whitty. You've got who else is there?
Well,
you've got Gates. You've got Whitty. You've got Biden.
Schwab.
Schwab. Bottom right,
Aiden.
Schwab. Yeah,
And that bird is from the IMF, I think. The one at the top of the pyramid. She's that woman from the IMF.
This is
I'm pretty sure.
directly from one of Alan Partridge's dreams. Inspired.
one of his daytime fantasies. One of his daydreams.
And then you've got the morphing Greta and Bill Gates collaboration there.
Bill Gates.
Yeah, Bill Gates. Yeah.
Oh dear, that was
Looking at that meme, I get a real inability to speak properly.
Yeah, I just have to behold it. You have to behold this meme. That's the good. I often think, right, a meme is actually the fire system in a Guardians backwards, right? Because a very powerful meme, right? If you think about it, what you do with a meme is fire backwards. You execute a meme, people look at it, and it makes them. It gets them something from their memory. They focus on the meme.
Yeah.
Sorry, you change their intent. And you can actually change their focus. When they talked about a meme like affecting an election,
It's
or
like
swaying public opinion.
It's like it can't be unseen. Do you know what I mean? And even if they don't acknowledge it, if they think that's stupid, just you've planted that seed. The seed's been fucking planted.
When you see original Rise Above meme, you can't unsee
That's
it.
it. That seed has been planted, and one day, might not be immediately, one day it will start to fucking sprout.
Can we stop the flashing lights in the background? That is for rhythm time only. Homer Beach, you should
It's
know
always
that,
rhythm time.
It's for Al Gore rhythm.
When Al Gore's about. That's the only rhythm that's not allowed in the Rise Above studio. No, Al Gore. So yeah, G is certainly for Great Reset. Right, we've got press on. G is also for Glorious Cure. For anyone that doesn't know what the Glorious Cure is, let me just enlarge this. The Glorious Cure is one of the first Aborigine slang words I came up with to describe Britney Spears concert.
This is when the
attendance.
censoring started to get really ramped up. We were like, right, we can't.
It's when
we
we first
can't
got
actually
taken
mention
down.
the V word now.
Yeah. We first got taken down, so we came up with the term of in the Soviet Union, to cure yourself from the people's pandemic, you will be offered the Glorious Cure. And then we've got.
And that's what it is, guys. It's glorious.
Do you think this is what the metaverse is going to be like?
well, only
Like
if we designed
just quickly,
it.
guys.
Moving meme.
Just quickly on the metaverse, right? So, Elon Musk said something. He was talking about like VR, virtual reality, and the metaverse, blah blah blah. He was saying that, and this was before it came out, right? He was saying that you wouldn't build. It was when he was talking about that if we're in a simulation, if we're living in a simulation, he was talking about you wouldn't make the simulation shitter than actual life, would you? You'd obviously make it better than life. You would make it better. So this is what I mean. If you go into that, look how addictive Facebook and Instagram and all that shit is already. Like, you imagine, don't go into that metaverse, guys, not even once.
No.
Don't even dip your toe in, kids.
We've been talking about that
Yeah,
actually.
Jimmy Savile is waiting on the other side of that for you directly. He will meet you, open the front door with some cookies.
And for all we know, right, the Glorious Cure could be some sort of like Farmageddon like precursor to actually, prime your body to accept the hardware to basically live in the metaverse all the time. The future is not to put on a pair of glasses to go to the metaverse. The future is the metaverse is
running through your blood.
Yeah, it's
guys,
like,
just watch The
graphene oxide.
Matrix.
Yeah,
Just watch The Matrix. That's the end goal.
we're definitely going to need to do a breakdown of the new Matrix when it comes out. After our complete Alan Partridge
We don't need to
breakdown
do
as
that.
well.
We just need to just direct people to Mark Passig's website for that.
Whilst we're on
Yeah.
Matrix G and simulation in games, in the gaming industry, they're actually talking now about when they're designing games, they're talking about making it better than real life, not even simulating.
Yeah,
or
that's what I
comparing it
mean.
to.
So why would you
gotta be
then go
better.
back to real life if you've got something readily available, which will probably going to be free, isn't it? Let's be honest. Why would you go back to real life? They're going to get as many people hooked on this shit as possible.
Nothing for free in this realm, eh?
Nothing for free in this realm.
I agree. Look, I
You're
just
going to
turned
pay with your
everything blue.
attention, and you're going to spend your time there.
Absolutely.
Forever.
Right, so G is for Glorious Cure. Let's press on because we're only at G. G is also for Gosh.
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 That's pretty self-explanatory, guys. When we drop something pretty,
Do you know where it comes from, Gosh?
Comes from gosh. Gosh.
I actually found out where it originally comes from. It comes from like episode 18 or
when,
something.
when you were saying gosh and we took the piss out of you.
No, there was a meme where it said "gosh" on the meme, and it was a meme of someone sat with loads of needles in them, like wearing 50 masks, and someone's going "gosh," and I literally read out and went "gosh," and you lot all cracked up. That's where it originally comes
right.
from.
Nice.
Yeah, I saw it. It's actually one of the Rise Above bite sizes. So, like, the gosh button,
Gosh.
it comes out like when Homer drops a fat mix, or when Master Lee says something
When
really,
Master
really
Lee
deep.
makes us sweat.
Yeah, but we've also got like a graphic gosh as well now. That's where it came from.
Conscious sweat.
Conscious sweat, metaphysical
I often
sweat.
break out into a sweat when Master Lee gets metaphysical, like later on during the
Do you
evening.
remember the
It's
first
great.
time you ever played God Vag to me live on air in like episode
Yeah,
4?
yeah.
I'd never even seen God Vag before. I'd only watched parts of it through John Levy.
Yeah.
And you showed me the other videos, and my brain literally exploded. I got like a heavy migraine.
You dismissed it at first,
I was
and
like,
then
what
you were
the
like,
fuck is-
then
whoa.
when he started talking about a counter-rotating pyramid system,
I
which
was like,
then
wait a minute,
corresponded
shit.
to the Star of David.
I think I was banging my head on the desk at one point. I was like, no, and then
Thank
he
you
talked.
for that, Wim.
And then
Thank
he
you
was
for
saying,
your
like, the Vikings were Jews. I was like, no, stop.
That's a
So,
great
gosh,
one.
gosh.
Gosh. Gosh. Right, okay, so that's self-explanatory. Cheers
The
for gosh.
Vikings were Jews.
The Vikings may
The
potentially be
runes,
Jews.
like the runes are fucking Hebrew. Like, yeah.
G is also for the greatest apocalypse ever. Don't strive at the end of your tether, thrive in the greatest apocalypse ever. And we've got Billy Plonker and his everlasting apocalypse with his Soviet Union lollipop there.
And the breakdancing. They're
That's
all
a really
there,
good one.
guys. They're all there.
Yeah, so that's Virus Man and Magic's Eso Memetica with those two little corkers there.
That's one of my favourite memes.
The greatest apocalypse ever is something in the Guardians heard from, what was it, you said a Gnostic brother called What's Going On? The greatest apocalypse
Yeah.
ever, right?
Yeah, basically he flipped the denying force, which was it. Well, it opens a whole new door to perception. So you can transform. You can start. Have you haven't done Catalyst yet, have you?
No, we should
Was
have
you
had
gonna
C
do
for... No, I sort of missed it out because it's covered in other stuff. But yeah, we can cover it now. C is for Catalyst. The greatest apocalypse ever is providing a massive catalyst bonfire.
For everything, for so much stuff, for the transhumanism agenda, for the climate. Can we say that? Can we say the C?
Yeah, I think we're still allowed to say climate change, aren't we?
For the climate change agenda. For the global
Lance, is it worth
agenda,
explaining the real meaning of apocalypse?
Certainly. So apocalypse, right? A is for apocalypse. Apocalypse doesn't actually mean the same as what Armageddon means, which many people sort of mix those two words up. The apocalypse is actually something that's described, even in a dictionary definition, as something quite beautiful. The revealing of a great hidden knowledge, the lifting of a veil,
an unveiling,
an unveiling of a great hidden truth. It's sort of like a reckoning of the denying force. The apocalypse. It's like a great unveiling, like a great show. That's what the dictionary definition of an apocalypse is, from the ancient Greeks. So it's not the end of the world. It's nothing bad. The apocalypse is actually wicked. Well, I'm enjoying it anyway. I don't know about you lot.
I'm having a great time, mate.
I can barely keep track. The infinite content creator just can't. Oh shit, we haven't got to I yet. Right. So yeah, for G is certainly for the greatest apocalypse ever. And let's face it, what we're going through is basically a massive, stinking 100-foot catalyst bonfire. Never before have we been offered so much opportunity for for spiritual progression. Never before have we been offered so many chances to learn about things that were once hidden. Now they're literally held in your face. It's not like hidden in plain sight.
It's the great de-occulting. That's another way of describing it.
Yeah.
So
whether you choose to look or you reject it is up to you.
I think the Great Awakening kind of got hijacked. I much prefer the greatest apocalypse ever.
Yeah. Well, it's seeing reality for what it is. So, for instance, before the greatest apocalypse, you would probably think you're going to see Alan Partridge, when in actual fact you're going to see Jimmy Savile.
/ Alistair Crowley.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah, Alistair Partridge.
Alistair Partridge. Alan Crowley. Lynn. Oh God, yeah. Well, I won't talk about that because we probably need to save that for the Alan Partridge special.
Show.
Yeah. But me and Inner Guardians are going to do. So we're going to do some hardcore in-depth
Alan Partridge presentation.
Alan Partridge research. You what?
12 o'clock and we're on G.
12 o'clock. And we're on G. Right. Okay. Sorry. Right. G is also for graphene oxide. Why do we talk about graphene oxide so much? Well, something to do with old Big Pharma Gates here, and we see lots of these famous people like Greta covering themselves in black goo. Who else drinks graphene oxide? Billie Eilish.
Billie Eilish, yeah. And who was the other one? There was another one as well.
Yeah, okay.
I can't remember who.
Lady Gaga, something
Lady
like that.
Gaga, yeah.
They all drink. They love black goo, graphene oxide. Yeah, so G's for graphene oxide. Let's press on. Here's another example.
Somebody's asked the question, what is Alan Partridge?
It's more like who is Alan Partridge?
Who is Alan Partridge? The reason we talk about Alan Partridge is because the actor who played Alan Partridge, Steve Coogan, has just been enlisted to play Jimmy Savile in the BBC documentary.
And if you don't know who Jimmy Savile is, he's the UK's most prolific paedophile to date.
Yeah, so someone who we commonly thought was like quite a talented sort of like comedy actor is now being chosen or has chosen to resurrect Jimmy Savile, the allegedly the UK's most prolific necrophiliac paedophile. So yeah,
wow.
So we're going to be looking into that a little bit more. Here is when you give Bill Gates a taste of his own graphene oxide. No, it's not John Levy. Levi JC is not John Levy. Okay, H is for Health Chancellor Gates. This is the second name that Big Pharma Gates is known as. Obviously, in the days of the Soviet Union, the #1 doctor on planet Earth, or in our glorious creator realm, as the mighty Godvaj would say, is certainly the man who also has zero medical qualifications, namely Health Chancellor Gates, in charge of Gavi, in charge of basically the whole world tour of Britney Spears.
He can do what he likes with a needle, guys. He can do what he likes with a needle.
Yeah, so H is definitely for Health Chancellor Gates. It's obviously Bill Gates. I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
Holy water.
Yeah, this Spears full of holy water. Here he is.
Sure, it should be Hell Chancellor Gates.
the Chancellor of Hell, Commander Data, and Hell Chancellor Gates. Yeah. All Coviet weasels, ladies and gents. Here is a Virus Man rendition of Health Chancellor Gates with snake oil. Up next, we have some more pictures here of Health Chancellor Gates, courtesy of Virus Man, holding there the Coviet spear. New normal, no Britney Spears.
He's looking through it with the one eye symbolism there.
Yeah, look, he's holding the apple, but it's actually a sign from Gavi. Yeah.
Oh yeah, nice.
This is from the Virus Man vaults. H is for holographic universe. We talk about this quite a lot on Rise Above. The idea that what we could be living in, what we probably most likely are living in, is some sort of very sophisticated, supernatural, divine, 3D holographic projection or simulation, as it's being called by some of the materialists.
But that's for another show, guys.
So when we talk about the holographic universe, if you want to know more about it, you should probably read the book by Michael Talbot. He literally wrote the book on the holographic universe. There's lots of other people that write about it, because we talk about the universe being a hologram quite a lot in the show. So H is certainly for holographic universe. Let me know if I'm going too fast. Anything you want to say about holographic universe in the Guardians?
No, I think we should move on.
Yeah. Okay, we should move on. Right.
Yeah.
I is for the infinite content creator. I deliberately didn't put a picture for this one because I felt like, shut up, tablet. I thought you probably couldn't put a picture for the infinite content creator. This is a concept which we came up with quite recently, where we were talking. I said it's like we were talking about content creators, you know, because I'm a content creator. Inner Guardians is a content creator. All of us here at Rise Above are content creators on, you know, YouTube, Facebook, whatever. And I was like, well, in the greatest apocalypse ever, whoever is creating the content for this, they are the best content creator ever. And in the Guardians is like, yeah, they're the infinite content creator. And I was like, well, thank you to the infinite content creator, because look at what they're providing for our show. Like, we couldn't, in a million years, you couldn't sit down with a team of writers and write the content which we're simply reporting on.
It'd be far too far-fetched.
So the infinite content creator, you know, if the Quees Masons believe in the grand architect, right, as their representation of all the infinite, the absolute, here at Rise Above, we conceptualize it as the infinite content creator.
Yeah, it's also a kind of concept where it's happened a couple of times that I've seen, where we've sort of said, well, what should we talk about? And then next thing you know, boom, something happens. But I think we get more content than time.
Guys, do you remember at one point
Yeah,
we had
absolutely
to
more
stop
content than
doing like feature shows with like with one specific topic, because there was just so much to report on literally every week.
Yeah. All we could do was just do like the Coviet News Show every week, or the Clown Show, or whatever we call it, the Schwabery, because there was so much happening. It's like, how could we devote a whole show to you know, this subject or that subject, when the infinite content creator is just literally sat there pumping out the best content you've ever seen 24/7. Literally 24/7. I get up in the morning. This is how much content the infinite content creators get me. I plan my posts sometimes 12 hours in advance. Like, I get so many memes coming through from the team. It's like, yeah, this will be a good 8 o'clock in the morning meme for tomorrow. So it's like a start of the day meme. But by that time, there's some news story. So I get up in the morning. It's like, shit, should I post this or the meme I plan to post? It's like, doesn't stop. So yeah, I is for the infinite content creator. I is also for inner stand. Very quickly in the Guardians, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, inner stand.
Well, we've already covered it slightly with the esoteric and exoteric. So, for instance, to inner stand means to truly inner stand from inside, not just externally, or be understanding something, or even overstanding.
Potentially a sense of eternal knowing that comes from within.
Yeah. Well, it's the connection with essence. What is essentially yours. So you understand it. It's like you own it. The knowledge. Yeah.
Okay. I is for inner stand. What's up next? This is a good one. We had to use this one to get around Al Gore's rhythm. I is for Ivan's medicine. And I won't say the word what it's actually for, because that's a bannable word. But it's so good, the horses want it back. So here's Joe Rogan giving back some Ivan's medicine to Stalinda, Ada, And then on the right, we've got Pale Horse Paste, which is a take on Bill Cooper's book, Behold a Pale Horse. We're talking about, what is that thing that apparently cures COVID that's very cheap with no patents. Ivan's medicine starts with an I. I is for Ivan's medicine.
This is proof positive that words are magic and spelling, and that there's real power in it. For the fact that for saying a word, you can be banned or deplatformed.
It's crazy.
Yeah, especially
So
the word of an approved medicine.
Yeah. So this shows you the power of language and the importance of language.
Yeah, and that's why we had to break it down ABC style, because over the last year or so, we've had to learn this linguistic two-step to evade the predatory.
I like to call it the rise above patois.
The rise above patois, the linguistic two-step to avoid the predatory cha-cha of Al Gore. Because he's always
out there.
He's out there, and he's sniping us
gonna
down.
boogie on up to you.
He's an apex predator on the dance floor. Al Gore. Eyes for Ivan's medicine.
It also goes to show like the necessity for the occult and for esoteric. Why are things occulted? Why are things hidden? Well, because there's a force out there that will deplatform you, ban you, imprison you for saying certain things or having
in the past,
certain
maybe
views.
it maybe chop your head off or burn you at the stake.
Yeah.
We started talking about Holocaust denial in Germany. It's prison war offence.
Magic's is saying off camera there's certain things you can say in Germany, like denying certain historical events, that just saying that you go to prison. Unbelievable.
Well, before, you couldn't say anything against the crown, could you?
No.
You
No, you'd be locked up in the tower.
You couldn't say anything, yeah.
Yeah. So this is why you can see why mystery schools came about. Not mystery schools don't necessarily mean the darkness. It just means it's been hidden.
No, absolutely not. I'll talk about
It also means.
No, go ahead, Marcel.
Yeah, because a lot of people think that mystery schools, the occult, esoteric is kind of elitist sort of thing, but it's not. It's for survival.
Listen, in the ancient world, like I'll use the tarot deck again. I've said this on the show before. I'll use a tarot deck as an example, right? The peasantry weren't allowed to study that knowledge, right? So some very courageous person translated the esoteric teachings of what we now call the tarot deck and put it into a deck card form. So it's a book of symbols basically, which is a huge, because no one was allowed to teach that. If you got caught teaching that to the peasantry or anyway, you like I said, you get your head cut off or locked in prison or burnt at the stake or something. That's why this has to be occulted. But nothing's inherently evil about it. But unfortunately, there's, like we said, these dark occultists. They're the ones with all the knowledge of psyche. Basically, they're dark psychologists. That's what they are. And I think, they're using, like you said, with the words, they're using word magic. There's obviously something to it, like you say, because they're changing definitions of stuff and changing the meanings of words and that. So there is something to this.
Yeah,
Oh, for sure.
It goes back to the esoteric and the exoteric. You can also use the comparison of the conscious and the subconscious. So these dark occultists and the powers that shouldn't be, they're actually very masterful of the subconscious or the unconscious,
Sure.
which is the unseen aspect of mind. It's the shadow side of the mind.
Shadow Masters.
There's a question I got
If you-
really along these sort of lines. Am I right to believe some of the martial arts, like for instance capoeira, some of the sort of dance-based ones, sort of came about
Yep.
from bands, and like they weren't allowed to practice martial arts, so they had to make it into a different form to be allowed to practice it. Is that right with certain martial arts?
To hide it within dance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like capoeira.
it's
Must be like
basically
occulted learnings at the time of it when it was not allowed, when it was banned.
yeah. Capoeira is you could class it as the occult. What it comes from is the slaves weren't. It's gone.
Hello.
Oh no! It can't.
Oh no, we haven't lost Master Lee again. Shit. I think what he's about to say is that the slaves weren't allowed to practice any sort of
this is
martial
what I
arts, so they
learned.
had to hide it within dance. Yeah.
And you've got other martial arts in like Asia and that. I can't remember specifically. They had to do similar things. They'd have to.
Well,
sort
I
of
think
hide
some
it in-
forms of kung fu.
Yeah, some
They had
forms
to
of
use
kung fu.
basic like peasants' tools.
Yeah, so they couldn't,
as
couldn't-
weapons,
yeah.
so they could hide their. You know, they couldn't use a katana. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
they were
maybe
allowed
that's
to
how.
have
I think that's
weapons.
also possibly how weapons like nunchucks and that came about as well. Yeah, very interesting.
I think there's farmers' tools as well. So they had like you always have
Yeah,
a big
that's it.
stick.
Farmers' tools. That's right. Yeah, in a
'Cause the original Shaolin, they were
Turn it
peasants.
down
they,
for you.
They
fucking
were
hell.
farmers. They weren't.
They were monks.
Yeah, they were monks. Yeah, they
So
and
they were
used to
farmers as
make
well,
their own-
yeah. Farmers
But
too.
they had to defend themselves and all that. They didn't have any weapons. They only had their farming tools, and that's what that's where the Shaolin monks got
Absolutely.
their. Yeah.
Right, back to the alphabet. J's for Jislam. I won't dwell on this because it'll probably get me in trouble. We came up. I didn't come up with this. I copied it from Alan Partridge. It's the word to describe the one world religion where they blend Christianity and Islam together. Well, I've always actually called Chrislam.
Chrislam.
I called it Jislam. I don't see why that's offensive.
I'm not offended.
J is also for just one more. I'm beat. Oh, Inner Guardians missed out on You missed out on Jislam, Inner Guardians.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi keeps going down at the
That's okay.
crucial
You're
moment.
back to full power now.
Yeah.
I finished off your sentence there. I think about capoeira. You know, they had to hide it within dance. We've got to move on. We're on to J, Jislam. That's self-explanatory. Just one more. I'm a beats. J is for just one more.
And just one more stabby jab.
Yeah, just one more booster. The mark of the boost. So we've got thousands or hundreds at least pins sticking into Pinhead's face. Funnily enough, Hellraiser is just about to be remade.
Yes, it
and
is,
guess
yeah.
what? They are having a female actress for Pinhead.
They are.
Now, Pinhead is obviously an
They're-
androgynous,
they're
demonic
gender
demigod.
free, they're
Yeah,
not- yeah.
you know, original sort of gender fluid without any tissues, right? So, I haven't really got a problem with it. Not that I've got a problem with anyone that wants to play Pinhead, but it's like, what's that?
Yeah, they're gonna give him a wig. They're gonna give Pinhead a
I
wig.
don't know. I don't know. Maybe the pins. That's the pins are forward to hold the wig on. Maybe it fell off. So yeah. Look. Am I trying to say there's no coincidence that Pinhead is coming back in the middle of the Britney Spears world tour? I don't know. Is it? It's right above. Anything can happen. J is for just one more. Emma Beats. This one's controversial.
Oh God, here we go.
K is for Khazarian Mafia.
This is a whole nother show.
Probably shouldn't say too much about that. But this is, I think,
Just go and research it, guys.
just research the Khazarian
definitely.
Mafia, Shabbatai, Zevi, Shabatsky.
Follow their bloodline.
The bloodlines of the Khazars, the ultimate sort of like bandit imposters.
And it's very important to find out where they went.
Well, see where they are now.
Well, yeah, that's
Yep.
what I mean.
And it's not just in Israel, they're in the Vatican as well.
And the rest.
And the rest.
Gosh.
Yeah. And in Mecca and Medina, they're all Khazars. All Abrahamic religions have been infiltrated and inverted. Potentially.
Okay,
by
moving
this group.
swiftly
Yeah,
on.
moving swiftly on. K is for Hillary Jones. Dr. Death, 666 booster shots for freedom. Or Shillery Jones, as she is commonly
Yes.
known. So, yeah, I thought I had to put that one in there for good measure. To be honest, I really just wanted to include this Forest Man meme. We don't really talk about Shillery Jones or Killery Jones that much. Not really much to say. Obviously, just a Soviet puppet. Dr. Death, 666 boosters, very fitting. K's for Killery. K is also for King David. Now, for any of our new viewers, some people don't like David Icke. Some people think he's King David. I call him King David because he is, at the end of the day, he's the king of the conspiracy theorists. I'm a syncretist like Master Lee. That's a word we'll come on to later. As far as I'm concerned, I was about to say Master David. King David is basically like the best syncretist of original conspiracy theorists. He's like the Jeremy Clarkson of conspiracy theory. But he's talking about everything we were talking about back then. Is he a shill? I don't know. I don't care. Hey, Alex Jones. You can take good information from Alex Jones if you're a syncretist.
Yeah, I'm saying he's not sure.
I don't think David Icke is a shill.
He's just a researcher. He's an author. He's just trying to put. He's a fucking courageous guy putting out what
Could
he
the
did.
could the denying force have allowed him to carry on because in their mind he makes conspiracy theorists look like nutters because he openly talks about really deep stuff? Maybe. If this is a grand simulation, if this is the greatest apocalypse ever, it would make sense that the character that David Icke, which tells you literally right to the bottom of the rabbit hole. This is holographic reality. There are dark entities that are manipulating us. You know,
It's their admission, then, isn't it?
I've read until about 5 years ago when I just stopped reading them. I read every David Icke book, and a lot of people said,
He's got 18
he
now.
doesn't cover this, he doesn't cover that. I tell you what, that's bullshit. He covers everything. He covered the whole lot. Every subject we've ever talked about, this guy had already written a book about it 10 or 15 years ago. And just like Alex Jones, a lot of what he said has come true. So, yeah, I think he's as good a source as any. He's as good a commentator as any of what's going on.
I think he's a fantastic source of information.
Yeah, he is. Hey, how many people could you go and sit and listen to for 10 hours
There
where
you
he
go.
is talking and he's not even reading from anything? He's literally just looking at slides and talking for 10 hours, and he doesn't talk about the same thing twice once. You have to keep up with him.
He knows his shit, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
David Icke knows his shit. So, yeah, K is for King David. And if anyone's wondering, when we talk about King David on the show, we always talk about David Icke, not King David from the Bible. Someone in the comments got really confused. It's like, you don't know the Bible. What are you talking about? You're really misquoting King David. I was like, yeah, do you know what? So we're talking about David Icke, mate. Sorry. Keep up. That's why we're doing the ABC. Right. L is for Lord Schwab.
Lord Schwab says.
Listen, if you don't know who this character is by now,
Then you haven't been paying attention.
You haven't been watching Rise Above, that's for sure. So if you're new, welcome to the table. This is Lord Schwab. Andy?
So this dude heads up the founder of the World Economic Forum, WEF. He thinks that you shouldn't be allowed any freedoms whatsoever. You shouldn't even be allowed any property, nothing at all. Everything should be rented off the state and delivered to you by drone. He's in love with nanotech and all things fucking physical. He wants to literally shove nanobots up your ass.
Yeah,
and
he already has
just
done
wants
to thousands of Japanese
you're-
tourists.
In his Schwabian utopia, dystopia, sorry, you would not. You'd be living in a pen with about 8 other people in little pods. Just in some fucking... Is anyone seen the movie Judge Dredd?
Yeah.
It'd be like that, like in some huge tower blocks of fucking
This
shit.
guy literally wrote a book on the Greta Reset. The Greta Reset was, he said it was his idea. He is the face of the Greta Reset.
And he's an evil fucking... Looks like a James
You
Bond
are?
evil genius, you know what I mean? But he's...
Yeah.
Apart from when he's on the beach.
Yeah, apart from when he's on the
Right,
beach in his
that
best
picture on
Schwabian
the beach,
attire.
do you think it's really him?
No.
No way.
No.
He would never be on a beach with peasants like that. He would be on Epstein's beach, a private beach. Come on. Not with all those dirty peasants around. So here's Lord Schwab I think, is that Baal or Moloch on the statue here with a plate
Moloch, yeah.
Moloch with a plate of bugs on his great Greta Reset book here.
Yeah, he thinks you should all eat the bugs
Eat
as
bugs
well.
and you
like
happy. Well, welcome to New Schwabia. But we're talking about the Great Resist. Yeah, fuck Lord Schwab. Right, so here's another great picture of Lord
this is
Schwab.
brilliant.
This is really good Lord Schwab.
Schwastika.
The Sheep Farm guys did a fantastic dig on Schwab and his whole family. Really, really worth watching on YouTube on the Sheep Farm Studios.
Yeah,
really
that's a
good.
very good video. That
Very
is.
good. I watched that with the other half. We enjoyed it a great deal. Right, we're on to M.
Hang on, we've missed out one L.
What?
In fact, we've actually missed out.
Double LMC.
That was 2 L's. Oh, why didn't I get my intro at the start of the show?
You didn't need it. You've had it before.
Oh, right, okay. You want? It's only you only do it if it's a surprise. Yeah.
Exactly.
L is for double LMC. Not really. Okay, so yeah, Lord Schwab. Right, we're on to M. M is for metaverse, or meta, mental enslavement through algorithms, or Greta. In your pod, eat bugs, be happy. Big up Virus Man. So yeah, the metaverse. We were calling it the synthetic universe before anyone had even heard, pardon me, of the metaverse. In the Guardian started talking about that as soon as he came on the show. He told us all we're heading for a synthetic universe. He told us all months ago that it'll probably be delivered by Facebook. Everyone's like, what's this synthetic universe going to look like? What did he say? In the Guardians, he said it'll probably look like Facebook. Right?
Yeah. That's
Well,
the doorway.
how right were you? It literally is Facebook.
I don't want to be right.
No, none of us want to be right. While we're on the subject, can we raise our glasses and toast
Absolutely.
to hoping
Yeah.
that we're wrong?
Let's hope that we're wrong here, guys.
Everyone's got a drink. We do this every week. It's a little ritual. We always have a toast and we hope that we're wrong. Because, you know, we have a laugh and we smile when we're talking about this to lubricate it. But obviously we hope that we're wrong.
But yeah, basically, in a nutshell, we think they're going to make actual physical reality as uncomfortable as possible. and as dangerous as possible to attend, concerts and things like that. So you're gonna be begging to upload your consciousness into the metaverse.
Mm.
You're gonna be begging.
Do you remember? Do you
again,
remember in the
if,
film Avatar, right? When the disabled guy, the main protagonist of the film, he's been with the blue people for a while in his 10-foot avatar.
Yeah.
He's got his blue missus. He's right in with the tribe, and he actually loves it, and he realizes that humans are evil.
He can walk there.
Blisses.
Yeah. Or do you remember, like, towards the end of the film, when he starts to come out of the stasis thing that he uses to get in the avatar, he's been in there, and when he comes out, he's obviously already disabled, but he stopped looking after himself. Like, he hasn't showered in weeks. He's, like, got really frail because he literally doesn't care about the real world anymore. He doesn't care about his meat suit. All he cares about is his avatar life. That's
care
the
about
metaverse.
his creation from the creator.
The same in Surrogates, that Bruce Willis film where people are using those physical 3D robots and they upload their consciousness into them and they're in the thing at home. Well, some of those people, they only live their whole life through their surrogate. So when they come out of a stasis pod, they are literally a shriveled little decrepit little gimp. Their surrogate is like 6'4", ripped, living the best life, but when in real life they're like decrepit.
Yeah, that's an
Inception
interesting
as well. Yeah.
On the comment section, Ledge EastEnders put meta as in Mecca.
Ooh, Mechaverse. I like to call it the Betaverse. people like the commander of data live there, just a bunch of Betaverse. Right, so M is for metaverse, or the synthetic universe, as In Guardians coined it.
Cuckerberg and
Science
the Betaverse.
Science fact.
No, science faction.
Science faction. Cuckerberg science.
Yeah,
faction,
if you want to know the
there's
reality.
a meme here, boys. Go on, Lee.
Yeah, if you want to know the future, or if you want to know what's going on or what's going to happen, just watch science fiction
Yeah, absolutely.
documentaries.
Well, I think the best phrase ever was, there's no such thing as science fiction. Doesn't exist. There's no fiction. Okay, M is also, this is another great one from In the Guardians, Matt Dazalam. So Matt Dazalam is a verbal schwabbery of Matt Hancock and Midazalam for obvious reasons. I'm sure, I don't know if we can even, we can still talk about that. Yeah, Matt Dazalam used his favourite sponsor here, Midazalam Hospice Care, to euthanize tens of thousands of old people, according to John O'Looney and a couple of other whistleblowers now. We've had John O'Looney on the show, which was actually, that was the highest rated show before Monday with 5,000 views. So
he had his sweat tested after the marathon, and he tested positive for Jimmy Savile's demon semen.
That's what he greased his nipples with to avoid the jog rash. Let me get some of that Savile grease on there. Oh dear! Look on this is real. It says Virgin Money. Money got from virgins. Richard Branson, Infinite Virgins.
Well, money actually. If you
No coincidences.
It means one eye. Means one eye.
Yeah, Virgin Travel by
eye.
Traffic Virgins. Virgin Money. Well, I mean money from trafficking virgins. Yeah, nice one. Right, so
you know these memes we're looking at. It's literally like they live. So the norm is they see something, and then when we look at these memes, this is what it really looks like. This is what reality really looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got permanent sunglasses on.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Well, it's luckily we have a team of glasses manufacturers like Russ Kieran here, like Magix, like Virus Man, to keep actually portraying, what we're all seeing in a visual representation, so other people can see it too. A trusted partner of the pharmaceutical industry leader.
It's like a snippet of the research, isn't it? It's just you could just take in a blink of an eye.
Look, there's even Prince Andrew dressed in a Jimmy Savile shell suit,
mate.
sprinting
You've
in
got
the background.
Boris there to the left. Look.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, here's another
I did
one
not see that.
with Matt Dazalam shitting himself with a 666, going past all the yellow signs. We need to talk about Matt Dazalam. Coercion is not an experiment. Okay, so and here's the final Matt Dazalam one. Shipman is like, I killed around 200 elderly patients. Matt Dazalam is like, novice. Add some zeros. Make it 50% bigger, at least. Okay. M is for mimetic sorcery. And what an amazing meme to show mimetic sorcery. That is mimetic sorcery in action.
Got Jacob Rothschild looking like the fucking wizard of...
Dressed as Paul Daniels.
Yeah.
He's got climate action in one hand and the virus in another hand, and he's like
He's
the
merging the two with his
Well,
Schwabian.
the reconciling force is the all-seeing eye in the
Yeah,
middle.
yeah.
Yeah, so mimetic sorcery, it's a real thing. You can study the magic of memes. You know, memes, you know, if an article can sway someone's opinion, a movie can sway someone's opinion, a meme does the same thing, but very quickly and very effectively. I could do a whole show about mimetic sorcery. I'd like to do one at one point. And about the whole Kek mythology as well.
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
so interesting. Holy shit. And it's not all bullshit, that Pepe stuff. There's something in that Kek mythology. There's something there. So yeah, mimetic sorcery. That's what we practice with these memes. We're taking what the denying force, what the greatest apocalypse is throwing at us.
Yeah, and it's literally a snippet of all the research, isn't it? And it's just like it's a symbol, basically.
It's recatalyzed. It's
Yeah.
recatalyzed. Catalyst. It's friction.
It's
Or an allegory. It's an allegory.
this mimetic sorcery. It's like looking at life with a third eye.
Absolutely. Big up all of our sorcerers in my 5-man crack squad. N
is also for Mether.
For Mether. Oh, is that like the ether that the memes exist in? The Mether.
Yeah, you just put it out in the Mether.
Methaverse.
The metaverse. the memeverse. Yeah, fuck the metaverse. I like the memeverse. It's much better.
The memeverse, yeah.
Okay, so N. What are we on? 3.5 hours. Yeah, we need to move. Right, N is for nanotech. So yeah, nanotech gets talked about a lot. Why are we talking about nanotech so much?
Because it's being injected into everyone on a global scale.
First principles, yeah, it is. So, Jason,
Is it being sprayed down as well?
Well, potentially. The nano dust. Me and Omar Beats were researching the nanotech that's been in the food industry since the 90s. How many years ago was that?
Oh, fucking...
Good
it's quite a long
5 or 6 years
yeah,
ago.
at least.
Yeah. We were scaring our friends with it, telling them, you know, you're scared about GMO foods. There was stuff about that on the TV. No one talked about nanotech. It's been in everyone's food since the late 90s in the packaging and stuff. They can scrape all the dust off the road.
But they use it as flavour enhancers and things like that.
Mm.
It was in a big game in the 90s called Metal Gear Solid, and the plot line was about nanotech.
Yeah.
Never forget that. There's all stuff in that game.
If you just download version 20.8.3 of the Social Credit app, we can all go back to normal in just 2 more weeks. Virus Man 2021. Yeah, so, yeah, nanotech. N is for nanotech. N is for National Holocaust Service.
Wow.
Sorry, couldn't resist it.
Gosh.
The gloves.
That's what it is.
Yeah, we need a gosh.
Gosh.
As far as I'm concerned, the gloves are off. I've heard and seen enough evidence to back this meme. Now, we're not saying that everyone that works for the NHS is shoveling people into gas chambers. That would be silly. But it seems that through policy, through infrastructure, through protocols, through
people not speaking up,
through memos that double the dose of drugs that are in the lethal injection,
quadruple the dose in some
end of life path careways or whatever it is. Yeah, we've seen those documents.
Misdiagnosis as well, constant misdiagnosis.
I've interviewed people that have had their parents, Matt Dazalan.
Yeah,
CJ. She saw it on the
but then
on the list,
and people that are just keeping quiet and taking a paycheck. You're a part of the shit.
Yeah. So simply don't care who this offends anymore. Maybe people need to be offended. Maybe if more people were offended and thought about what was going on a bit more, maybe this wouldn't be happening. Is that a fair
100%.
comment? Yeah. So big up Carl Greaves. He dropped some bombs about the NHS, and people in the comment section weren't pleased about that. Then I've looked back. No.
National Holocaust Service.
Yeah, the National Holocaust Service. Okay. N is also for NPC. Okay, so this is a really big one recently. NPCs.
We've got Soros here, the octopus of George Soros, top left.
This is a good meme. I think this is from Sagehead. Oh, it might be Future Ghost. I think it's Sagehead. So NPC Society.
The giraffe, haven't you?
Yeah, NPC means non-player character in computer game terms. So when you play a computer game like Grand Theft Auto in an open world, those characters that are just populated by the algorithm, by the computer, they are non-player characters, NPC. They have no soul, they have no inner dialogue, probably very little essence. Obviously, real NPCs have no essence. But yeah, it's used to describe people I guess moon fertilizer is another one
Yep.
for NPCs. Yeah, people that aren't really thinking about what's going on. They have no internal dialogue.
Sheeple is another term for them.
Or another NPC definition I like is neuro-programmed covert.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a great one.
Big up Sanchez UK or Diego Tequila. I can't remember.
Yeah,
I
that's a
came
bit
up
more
with that. With.
scientific, that one.
Yeah, well, look at what people are like. They have been neuro-programmed
Yeah.
with Divok.
By the Covert Union.
Because 19 is AI in numerology.
Is it
why-
actually?
Yeah, because that's why like Mark Passio goes Divok AI. Because it's
Does
like
he
they
actually?
have,
Yeah.
he says Divok AI because they've actually had Divok artificial intelligence installed and make themselves a neuro-programmed covert. Just get back 2 meters, put on your mask. You're killing my granny. You know, it's a program.
Yeah.
Neuro-programming. Yeah, NPC. We all know, we've all met them, we've all seen them. We all probably interact
Yeah,
with them
yeah, yeah.
online.
I work with some of them.
Yeah.
Hell, I've got some in my family.
We all probably all have. Is that a fair definition of
Yeah,
NPC?
yeah, 100%.
I think
Fucking zombie.
so. Okay. So N is for NPC. N is for numerology. In the Guardians, let's have you in. Can you just recap or recapitulate what you were talking about on Monday of why they like numerology, and pattern so much? Oh no, have we lost him again?
Yeah, he's on the
He's
red.
got
He's
bad
on the
signal.
red there.
So what we've been saying is basically the agents of the denying force, these dark occultists, the reason that certain numbers seem to be cropping up, or at least some of us are noticing that certain numbers are cropping up in these pivotal news stories. 33.
Yeah, everywhere, mate. You can deny it, but it's there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's a certain reason for that. It's because, numerology is one of the 7 liberal arts.
They use it it's a way of communication for them. It's a way of showing who's in control and who's,
Power in numbers as well as words.
Yes.
Well, it's been often said that new numbers and mathematics was not invented. It was discovered. It was there. It's already there, written into the fabric of reality.
Yeah.
So if this is a mathematical universe built on algorithms, basically, and codes, then it would make sense that if you weren't just trying to predict the future, if you were trying to actually steer the future in the way that you wanted it, and you understood the power of these cyclical number patterns that happen in the dates, in the movement of the stars, in whatever, if you understood that, and you could somehow harness it by writing these numbers into the stories in the news and the happenings around the world that you were creating,
And
then you're in control, and that's what 33 is all
power
about.
of the universe.
Like Master Lee said, 33 means we need to get Master Lee back in by clicking him in.
It means total control.
Let's have him back. 33, like Master Lee said, means we're in control of our 3 and your 3. It's about mastery. In the Guardians, you back?
Yep, I'm back.
So, yeah.
My Wi-Fi went down exactly 33 minutes past 12.
Did it?
Yeah.
Holy shit. So
Yeah,
just as
I've
we're talking
switched
about
devices now.
this- Okay.
So
So
I might sound a bit different.
you sound a bit better, actually.
Oh, okay.
So do you want to give us a quick 30 seconds numerology?
33.
Yeah,
On 33.
seconds.
Yeah.
So the triads, I said about the 3 forces. Everything in this realm contains the 3 forces. Unfortunately, we're given choice, so we can actually enact our third force or 3 forces or not. We have that choice. And for those who don't, we'll have their third force controlled by those that think they control their forces.
Yep.
And they want to control their force and your force. Those that control their own force are the ones that are free thinkers or truthers. This is probably another descriptive.
The third force installers, right above. Okay, so N is for numerology. That's why when I post, I keep pointing out the numbers. Certain numbers, certain meanings, certain patterns. I'm not sure exactly how many of these stories that it's deliberately woven into. Some blatantly are coincidence. But we just point out the patterns, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. N is for numerology.
And there's just so many coincidences.
Yeah, there's a lot.
It's
Okay.
also linked to the quadrivium, which I think is coming.
Detective now, son.
will
You're
be
not allowed to
coming, don't
believe
worry.
in coincidence anymore.
No coinciditis. O is for occult. Occulted.
Meaning hidden.
The occult. Okay?
Springing from the Latin occultare, means to hide, to conceal from sight or hard to see.
Yeah, we are occultists, and we are also the occultists here at Right Above. So we study the occult, and we talk about it each week, dissecting it and opening it up, which is the occulting. So taking what is once hidden and making it common knowledge. Something that certain occultists probably don't like very much.
Well, no, we're basically teaching some of the knowledge which is taught in esoteric mystery schools, in which the dark occult are aware of this knowledge
And hoarding for themselves.
Hoarding for themselves, yeah.
Hoarding for themselves and using against humanity at the expense of humanity.
But
So
as
it's
a
like-
conjunction with the greatest apocalypse, the occulted has to be de-occulted and disseminated amongst the population for the survival of civilization.
So that's really what the greatest apocalypse ever is all about. It's the great de-occulting.
Yep.
Yeah.
And like I'd say, an occultist, if you want to really break it down of what an occultist is, it's somebody who studies the hidden laws of nature. That's what I would really break down as an occultist.
Yeah, you could also look at it in a slightly different way. Under natural law, we already know. It's through the hijacking of and wrong education and disinfo that is denied us by the dark occultists. But also, it's like a game where things are hidden, and it's our role to discover and to find, to learn, to grow. That is the true essence of, or true meaning of life. To grow a soul, the best way to grow a soul is to work, to make the effort, to discover.
Work.
Yeah,
the hardest work there
to
is.
know thyself.
Gary Elliott says O is also for Omageddon. You like that one?
I know it, Gary.
Omageddon. Big up
I'm
Gary
just
Elliott.
actually looking for the next Armageddon sequence.
he's just planning the next Omageddon right now. Funny you should say that. Yeah, so the occult, it's a massive subject. It's not even one subject. It's actually a group of subjects. And we try to de-occult it every week. We are de-occulting the occult right now. I hate to repeat myself, but we have had to occult regular de-occulted knowledge from the mainstream that you can't say because of Al Gore's rhythm. We've made this Aborigine language, and that's what we're doing tonight. We are de-occulting it so our new initiates can understand what we're talking about as we sidestep Al.
So it's unhidden.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the method that we're using is syncretism.
Yeah. Awesome. Right. O is for occult. P is for parasite. Now, everyone knows what a parasite is.
In the physical realm.
In the physical sense. Metaphysical parasites or spiritual parasites are something that we've talked about on the show, and something that Sheep Farm have done some really good work into.
A little bit more tricky to identify.
Yeah. But part of the reason... Go on.
Yeah, something that was mentioned, I think it was on the sheep farm, which I thought was a very good descriptive. And it's that we freely and quite commonly deparasite or deworm our dogs, cats, and many other creatures.
Yes.
But we never do it to ourselves. It's never spoken of. Even if you go to your
You took a
GP.
deworming tablet for yourself.
Yeah, physically and metaphysically. So it's something to consider. Why is it only humans don't practice or don't have a form of... Well, naturally we do. The same way animals do.
However...
Like when a dog eats a bird, the feathers naturally deworm it. But because they generally don't eat feathers anymore, that's why they have parasites or worms.
I mean, but the general populace don't metaphysically deparasite their
But we don't
animals,
even
do they?
physically deparasite because we do have physical parasites.
No, I'm talking about with
tapeworm.
the animals. They physically deparasite the animals.
Yeah.
Don't they? That's what they do. Yeah,
But we don't even physically deparasite ourselves, let alone metaphysically.
Well, I mean, if you run through when I'm out in the forest and stuff like that, in the summer I've got shorts and stuff on, I take ticks off me all the time, mate. That's a parasite.
Yeah.
physically deparasiting.
Yeah, but that's because
themselves.
you've actually seen the parasite on you. You've
Yeah.
not
Well,
taken
I
any-
have to check it all the time in the middle of the forest, man.
Yeah, but when was the last time you took something to a prophylactic for tapeworms to make sure you haven't got tapeworm?
Right. Yeah, I've got an inner.
There's something you don't
inside.
know you've
Yeah,
got.
Sure,
you don't necessarily know your dog's got worms.
gotcha.
Well, you might see its worms come out of its butthole before you give it the tablet. But
Gotcha.
if you're a diligent dog owner, you might deworm it before you see
Yeah.
worms, sort of thing. I don't know. Anyway, the other reason that I put it in is because Wim, aka Godvaj, he talks about the parasite a lot, and I think he sort of really conceptualizes the denying force as the parasite.
This could be the Divok.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, the fucking Britney Spears has got that parasite in it.
Yeah, it's got
the
literally-
Hydra vulgaris or whatever it is.
Yeah. We've seen the footage.
It's like a little sea monkey. Actually, a little octopus.
It's got Bill Gates' face on it.
A little Schwab's face on it. Yeah. P is for parasite. Just thinking, what are we on? We're almost at 4 hours. How much have we got left? Okay.
10 letters.
Yeah, but there's some have got more than one. Okay, P is for peasants, right? Peasant is a word that I've started using throughout this. Not because I think that I'm better than other people when I call them peasants. I use it as a term to describe all of us.
We're the peasantry
in
as
our
well,
in
yeah,
our
yeah.
collective state. Because at the end of the day, in the Soviet Union, there were the Soviet administrators or soldiers, or whatever, and then everyone else was a peasant. Yeah. So in the Soviet Union, you have peasants too. Peasants can often be seen on the right here as a proper Soviet peasant. Double mask, face goggles, just like an anti-Soviet hat. I don't
Licks
know.
Fauci's ass.
He's got an I Love Fauci t-shirt on, some sort of like dominatrix, like marigold gloves. The Soviet peasants. Obviously, a peasant doesn't just have to be poor of money. It could mean you could be poor of knowledge.
Was there not a clause in banking called the dead peasant clause, which was
There
a
certainly
clause connected to the inevitable loss of life from the way they run things? Am I right in that?
I've heard of this, yes, 100%.
I've heard of it.
Can I just ask, what's the Soviet peasant with the I Love Fauci t-shirt? What's the point of the hairnet thing? That's shower cap, whatever that is. What is that doing?
Well, I suppose if you're enough of a peasant to think that a surgical mask like that and goggles will stop you contracting or spreading a virus, you're definitely enough of a peasant to think that a shower cap is going to help too.
How?
That's all I can say.
With a respiratory virus, which is supposedly inhaled,
But
or
obviously
taken in through like your eyes.
Your hair contains high levels of the virus. So if your hair falls out and another peasant inhales your hair, then they might get COVID 1984.
Right, gotcha.
But you only need to wear it when you're standing up. When you're sitting down, you can take them off.
Yeah, at a restaurant you don't need it.
Okay, yeah.
Did you know that there's still people wearing masks?
Yeah.
There's plenty, mate. I go into some shops and stuff. There's like full staff team are wearing.
Do you know what's really perverse?
Wearing masks.
I actually missed the time when I was the only person not wearing a mask. I don't feel so individual anymore.
Well, sorry to hear that.
No, I'm joking. No, but in a way, I'm a bit weird with it. I do like a bit of a confrontation, a Soviet confrontation, because I really hate the Soviet Union. So when I used to go to the supermarket and I was the only person not wearing a mask, I was really looking forward to someone asking me. I wasn't going to be horrible or rude or swear, but I was going to give them a really, really polite dressing down.
Yeah.
And I was really gutted. Like, no one ever asked me.
Well deserved.
Really, really.
Do you know what? The whole point of wearing these masks is to give people the perception of safety. Well, I actually agree. I agree with that. I felt very safe when everybody was wearing masks because I could straight away identify who the idiots were.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Because really, I mean, I would say that on the face of it, it actually does the opposite of what it's supposed to do, because it actually installs fear. It's like, when I look around, it's like, if I didn't know anything about the Soviet Union, I just woke up in a coma and I hadn't watched TV, the fact that people are wearing masks is the only single, apart from the stickers and signs, a single representation of a pandemic.
And they're unhealthy, right? Unless you're throwing them away every 20 minutes and putting a fresh one on. And even then, no. You're supposed to breathe the air.
Well, it can't be better than simply breathing the air. I mean,
Your body knows what it's doing. Yeah, it's mad. isn't
Creator
it?
didn't design the body with a piece of cloth over its
but it stops
respiratory
the spittle
ducts.
coming out.
Doesn't matter.
I don't
Yeah,
spit
you
in
breathe in
people's
hot
face.
air.
Who the fuck
I don't
is
go around
to say
coughing and
that the
spitting.
creator's design is wrong?
Have you seen South Park when they all get smug and then
End of
they're
story.
smelling their own farts and they're getting smug on the
Yeah,
is
they're
it the smoke
overdosing on smug, 'cause they're all
smoke fumes
driving-
of smug?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
all driving Toyota Priuses and they get
That's
really
it.
smug
Yeah,
and they
yeah,
start
yeah.
smelling their own farts and a big smug cloud appears. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
P is for peasants. I feel like we need a break. Where are we on? 3 hours 48 minutes. You ready to roll?
Yeah, 1 minute.
All right, 1 more minute. Okay, let me do one more slide. One more slide and we'll have a break. Oh, this is such a
yes,
good
great
one.
one.
Oh, P is for Pfizer face. So you know, remember B was for Bell's palsy curve.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Pfizer face is the Aborigine slang word for Bell's palsy because if you,
This is the symptom of
I think
the
it's pretty self-explanatory. This is someone. Oh, what's her name? I can't remember her name. She's the Canadian Coviet Minister of Digital Health, or something like that. And she took Pfizer's Christmas miracle and she got Pfizer face, which is just absolutely amazing as far as I'm concerned.
Is this permanent? Yeah.
Yeah, permanent. I don't know. It's pretty semi-permanent. You don't see much of these people after they get Pfizer
No.
face. Oh no, have I missed a
But it means
slide?
it's working.
It does
Don't
mean
forget.
it's working.
Governor Newsom's got it, and he's had the Pfizer face.
So yeah, this guy's got Pfizer face as well. Check this out. And the funny thing was that he is another Coviet minister that was pushing the Britney Spears on people, and then he gets a blinking Pfizer face. So as far as I'm concerned, that is literally the greatest apocalypse in action. It's like just showing you. He said,
Play with
"Here, take
matches
it."
in the apocalypse.
Yeah, nothing comes for free in this realm. You have to pay. And here's a great meme: get the Pfizer face.
Pfizer face.
Get the Pfizer face. So yeah, that's P. P is for Pfizer face. I think her surname's Tan. Yeah, she's the Canadian minister, and this guy's Australian, and they're both like the digital health minister or something like that. Both getting Pfizer face. What are the chances of that?
Coviet justice.
Yeah, apparently that Gavin Newsom guy's got Pfizer face
Yeah,
as well.
yeah,
So
yeah,
that's three of them. 3 counts of Pfizer face. Jesus Christ! All right, let's run some beats because I need to have a break. I've been just chatting.
That
for ages.
proves that they are
Well, it
having the
just means
same as the peasantry.
It proves it's working.
Yes,
It definitely proves it's working,
guys.
Glorious cure, comrades. This is Rise Above. Right, thank you very much,
I'm leaving
guys.
in 12 minutes. I'm about
Right,
to
okay, right. Okay, right, back to the alphabet of Rise Above. We're still on P. P is for People's Pandemic. The People's Pandemic is like a term I came up with to describe what's going on. It sounds very Coviet, very Soviet. Let's get Inner Guardians and Word Nerd back. Sorry, guys. It's the same old story with these DJs we have. Can you turn the flashing lights off, please? The one job you have apart from playing music is turning the flashing lights on and off.
So if you go turn my microphone up. Oh fuck, I can't.
No, you've got microphone. Right, P is for People's Pandemic. P is also for P is for Polymath, which is what Master Lee is. Polymath. P is for Polymath, Master Lee.
Yep, it is indeed. And this is all part of the great apocalypse. So that it's a great teacher for people to return to being polymaths. It's not an abstract thing, and it's not a rare occurrence. It's actually very natural. Under natural conditions, natural law, we would potentially all be polymaths.
Yep.
Which basically means that you try to avoid specialization in 1 or 2 or even 7 subjects. So you try and expand your knowledge. What one man can do, any man can do. It's just that they don't know how. If you find out how to do it, then you can do it. In fact, you could pretty much do anything.
That is the art of the polymath.
The law of the jungle. In the jungle, you'd have to master quite a few skills to survive.
Essentially, only a polymath would survive in the jungle.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, P's for polymath. P is also for projection velocity.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll leave this one to.
Yeah, well, it's a new one.
yeah.
We're about to learn about it for the first time.
Velocity is speed of motion and swiftness. So the ability to move around this realm or in this realm, you need to understand the nature of velocity, and that it is an aspect that we all have. And same thing, we just don't know how. Through miseducation. Now you can apply the velocity to many different things, like protection velocity, escape velocity, and also projection velocity. Now, projection can mean a few different things. I'll try and keep it as slimlined as possible.
Okay.
Projection is what children have, actually. So the younger you are, the more potential for projection that you have. So as an example, if you're 6 years old, potentially you've got maybe 60, 70 years of projection. And when I say projection, that can mean visualization, imagination of what your future is going to become. The older you get, the less capabilities you have for projection. So as an example, when somebody gets to the age of 70, they don't have the projection velocity, because they kind of say to themselves, well, I've only got a few more years to live, and it's almost like they give up projection. Ergo, why the powers that shouldn't be, paedophiles and those of the dark occult spectrum will target the younger the better, because the younger they are, the more projection velocity that they have to be stolen or taken, captured, which takes us right back to the sacrifice thing.
Yeah, because you said sacrifice also comes under this.
Yeah.
To some extent.
Oh no, totally. So, for instance, the sacrificing of the old is not necessarily a thing. It's more the sacrifice of the young. The younger, the better. Why? Because you can harvest more projection velocity. And what it means is, like I've said, the ability to project a future. Now, as an example, if you're a multi-billionaire or trillionaire, what would be your ambition?
To live forever.
To live forever, exactly. And how could you live forever? You would try all kinds of alchemical formulas to extend life for yourself.
Drinking the essence of others.
Yes, and one way to do it is to target. To target other people's capabilities of projection of the future. And in essence, that is the true meaning of sacrifice, and that's what's at stake, is our capability to project. And this is why I said maybe a couple of months ago, whatever your projections were or your dreams in 2019, don't give them up. That's exactly what they've stolen from you with the lockdowns and all this nonsense over the last 20 months. I can guarantee you that those behind all of this, they haven't stopped projecting what they want for the future.
No, their projections have projected exponentially.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, P is for projection velocity. That's a good one.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's a double occulted term. It could go under the guise of other things, but in essence, that's what it is. Okay. And you very rarely hear that those two words put together. And that's for a good reason. Yeah.
Okay.
Exclusive.
Exclusive. Here's one of my ones. P is for proviate. Very simply, a proviate is someone that is pro-Coviet Union. They don't have to be like a full-on collaborator, like they're really working. What?
Oh, it's nothing to do with me.
Oh, I just had someone go.
Wasn't that? Was that maybe spoken word?
Is that spoken word?
I'll check the edit.
Oh right,
before I speak.
Clearing your throat. Right.
You said pro-Coviet, and I think I said proviate. I think that's how it happened.
Sorry, was it yours?
As usual, no, because as usual, it's like your concepts, and I just go.
Well, mate, we're building together. I would never want to take credit for something that we've collaborated on. So
yeah, but we all. How much is in the meter anyway? At this point, we created a monster, so it's all in the memetic rise above meter anyway.
Yeah, they're all out there in the Methia and the Methia. You got swapped together. A pro-Coviet becomes a proviate. So yeah, anyone that's basically chanting the words of the Divuk, they're a proviate. Get your jab, or you'll be banned from society, fascist. You've got a proper proviate on the right here, and then you've got like Lord Schwab.
They've got the triad of fists on the T-shirt there.
Lovely, a triad of equality, on these multicoloured fists.
So you could say proviate would be the plural, and then provid would be the individual.
Well, provid. Yeah, I guess the proviates could be like a collective. Like the
If you think about it, this is really connected to the previous, because what they're essentially doing is trying to steal your future by denying you your life, so that they can enhance theirs. This is like
turning you
this
into
is
a
a low level.
programmed Coviot. Fuck.
Well, no,
Yeah.
they're trying to exclude certain people who haven't been to the concert, the ability to live, so that they can live more. Think about it.
But even the people that have been to the concert, they're not exactly giving them the ticket to live either. They're screwed as well.
False promise, yeah. Promissory note.
Even their own people who are pushing it are getting,
They're getting
Pfizer
face
face and
yeah.
all sorts of
Literally
shit.
like high-level Proviet officers.
They're getting Proviet notes.
Well, they're actually Coviets,
Of
not
a
even
promise.
Proviets. They are actually members of the Coviet Union, and they're getting it. Their allegiance wiped all over their face. Right, we're on to Q. Q is for Queef Master Pro. For anyone that's ever wondered what the Queef Master Pro is, like when we first started on Rise Above, we just had a crappy little sound card with some mics plugged into it. Our first upgrade was getting this amazing bit of kit, and it's why we sound like really crisp most of the time. And we've got these cool buttons with like jingles and stuff on. So yeah, whenever we talk about the Queef Master Pro, it's on the Queef Master. Do that on the Queef Master. It's actually a Rodecaster Pro. It's a top bit of podcast.
Where did
equipment.
queef come from?
I don't know.
Where does queef come
my
from?
mouth. Queef came out of my mouth when I said I called it Queef Master Pro on air, and then just stuck. Same as everything, Coviet Union just comes out of my mouth. Yeah, so that's what Q is for Queef Master Pro. Self-explanatory. Right, R. R is for red pill. A term that I think is often sort of quite overlooked and often misused. Because let's take it back to first principles. Some people think it's about like left and right, like red and blue in politics. It's really not. It's really about the truth.
About accepting slavery.
Truth versus illusion. So here we've got a picture of Lord Schwab dressed as Morpheus, with the ring of Saturn around his head, with the 6 from the WEF logo. The blue choice is the People's Pandemic, to be a Proviet. Or the red choice, the red pill, is just to accept, it's the Coviet Union, comrade. So, yeah, that's the red pill that's on offer right here at this particular table.
Choose your destiny.
Perfect.
A false dichotomy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, even if you go for the one on the right, you still get the Coviet Union. Even if you choose the blue pill, you get the Coviet Union, but you think it's good.
It's Britney, bitch.
Thank you very much, Homer Beats. It certainly is. Okay, R is also for resetism, and this is a Magic's special. People have criticised us for calling it the Coviet Union, so no, it's actually more fascist than communistic. I don't care if it's communism or fascism, it's all the same thing. If you schwab it all into one thing, resetism, the final consolidation of communism, fascism, socialism, and capitalism.
All under one umbrella.
Yeah, that's what the Great Reset is. Schwab it all together into one
Everybody's
thing.
a winner in the Great Reset.
Well, actually, everyone's a loser apart from Lord Schwab.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you're happy with owning nothing.
And
You have nothing. He has everything.
Yeah. Lord Schwab has endless amounts of everything. You have nothing, and you'll be happy because your NPC, your neuro-programmed Coviet brain, will tell you to be happy.
There's actually it's just reminded me.
Dwelling peasants.
Perfect.
It's actually,
Sorry, Lee.
Yes,
no, it's just reminding me of a character in occult circles called His Lord Endlessness.
His
What the
Lord
fuck?
Endlessness. Who's this character?
It's a long story, but yeah, just the term, like he'll have endless supplies of everything
Endless
that you don't have.
resources.
Yeah.
An endless, bottomless pit of evil. Endless ambitions to steal everything you've ever had. Even
This
though
is the
he
worst
has-
children's book ever.
Yeah, he's the best James Bond villain of all time.
Lord of Endlessness.
The endless Schwab. The
He
Lord,
just-
Possibilities.
the everlasting Schwab. The ever Schwab.
He just appeared, didn't he, on the scene?
Literally, I had never.
Yeah,
like,
he did,
I
yeah.
researched geopolitics and the dark side of geopolitics like a crackhead looks for rocks. Yeah, I'd never actually really. I might have heard of the name Schwab. I didn't know nothing about Lord Schwab before.
He comes from the same creator as Travis Scott.
Yeah, definitely. went to the same, went to Travis Scott School of Ritual Hypnosis. Yeah, I've never really heard of this guy before the Soviet Union kicked in. I mean, I started talking about the reset in late 2019. That's when I heard about Lord Schwab. Because I heard there was going to be a reset, then I googled reset, and I was like, oh, Lord Schwab has wrote a book called The Great Reset. Cheers, mate.
How convenient.
How convenient. Oh, no, he can't have wrote it then. Because
Just in the nick of time.
Because COVID-19 hadn't happened. I guess he would have written the fourth
What did you just say?
COVID-19.
Oh, right.
The People's Pandemic, comrade. Obviously. Now, the first book was Fourth Industrial Revolution, where he described the coming resetism. And then COVID 1984, the perfect opportunity for me to enact my wildest dreams upon the peasants. That's what it should have been called. Resetism. R stands for resetism, comrades. S stands for syncretism. The amalgamation or attempted amalgamation of different religions, cultures, or schools of thought. Interfaith dialogue can easily slip into syncretism. The merging of different inflectional varieties of word during the development of a language. That's the term syncretism.
That would be physical syncretism. Doesn't explain, like, you know, spiritual from the universe syncretism.
Or even time synchronicity.
No.
I think syncretism is best described as the pursuit of knowledge without boundaries. Take from everything.
I tend to look at it that because everything's been hijacked over the years, that I use the analogy of jumping on a train, and you need to know when to get off the train to reach the correct destination, not just one train that's heading one way. So you might have to hop on a few different trains to get to a place of choice.
Francis Leader says that Schwab was actually knighted for for creating the fourth industrial revolution. Sir Lord Schwab. Sorry, we should call him Sir Lord Schwab. Jesus, yeah. He wrote a book on how to enslave humanity. Quick, give him a knighthood. How many children has he buggered? Give him 2 knighthoods. Right. So yeah, S is for syncretism. Yeah, the ability to take different schools of thought, religions. Schwab them together, take what you need from each, leave what you don't need. I guess it's about discernment, really, isn't it?
Yeah. And intuition.
There are so many more words I could have added in this
And
dictionary.
you can't leave now, it's 1:33.
We've been here all night. Are you making a move?
At 1:33.
At 1:33. Oh my god. Oh, Andy PG's lift is here. We only got to S. Holy shit! Right. S is also for sausage fingers, or Lord Sausage Fingers. I could have put him under L. I spent ages looking for this original Prince Charles Sausage Fingers meme. I can't remember who sent it to me, but they said whoever it was. I remember they said, "Don't tell anyone who I made this meme." Fortman and Mason, Prince Charles's fingers. We call him Sausage Fingers for obvious reasons. Here's a Virus Man picture of him eating his own finger. So don't get many of these to the pound. Yeah, Lord Sausage Fingers, Prince Charles is Lord Sausage Fingers. That's one of the S's. Right, are you Audi 500, Andy PG? Right, rise above.
Rise above.
Rise above.
See you next week for Sheep Farm Special.
I was trying to get his bloody jingle up when I wasn't quick enough.
Oh, you got to be quicker. You got to be quicker with those jingles. S is for Sausage Fingers, guys. Prince Charles.
You do have a name. My name is Andy Piggy.
Bye, Andy Piggy.
That is a Malaysian singer. And a
That's not from the Master Lee Chronicles. That's not another character. Imagine there's a character called Andy Piggy in Master Lee Chronicles also. Right, S is for Sugar Mountain. So this guy's also been called Commander of All Data, but he's also an S as well because Zuckerberg, believe it or not, in Yiddish means Sugar Mountain. And if you think about what Facebook actually is, you know, if you analyse it, it's basically a sugar mountain of dopamine hits, right?
The meta mountain.
Oui.
Yeah, the Metaberg. That's it, Metaberg. Oh God, you heard it here first. Just go back to M, quickly put it in Metaberg. Yeah, right. Sugar Mountain. S is for Sugar Mountain. I knew this would get good. Metaberg. Oh right, S is for Sheep Farm Studios as well, guys. I know we're getting late, so S is for Sheep Farm Studios. Got to big up Dom and Chris. Next week, the 19th, we're going to be hosting the first ever Meet the Flockers live and it's going to be Rishi Sunak, Slumdog Millionaire. Very, very excited. First time ever live sheep farm. We're going to be hosting them here on this platform, a regular Friday night time and platform. But it'll be sheep farm all the way through. I'm just going to be sat here pressing the buttons, and the whole Rise Above team is going to be here commentating on sheep farm. Meet the Flockers live next week. Can't wait. S is for Serco. Serco, you guys from early days, is probably most of the reason you know me, is my Serco expose and speech last year when I exposed just how deep it goes into the Crown Corporation, right the way back into like the Wellcome Trust, the Pilgrim Society, and that meme is the patent office that Serco owns with peasants walking in and coming out as NPCs with a patent pending peasants or something. Do you remember that?
Pending peasants.
Patent pending peasants. Do you remember that, Matt? You made this, Magic. Perfect. Yeah,
It's
so
a little collab from me and Virus Man.
Yep. Oh, fuck the camera up one sec. Oh, that's a cool camera. Right, so yeah.
Maybe I'll film my lap.
Yeah, film your lap one sec.
It's getting late.
Yeah, it's getting late. Okay. There we go. That's better.
The mood is getting low.
He's rolling a cigarette, by the way. Yeah, so S is for Serco. Right, T is for Tartaria. And when I say T is for Tartaria, like, I'm not saying I definitely believe that this whole Tartaria thing, but I'm bringing this up as that idea of a previous reset, a previous rewritten history. Because let's face it, we're seeing history getting rewritten in front of our faces right now. So this whole...
Editing the timeline
in real time, that's what we called it, Maggie. So yeah, this whole idea that in maybe 200, 300 something years ago, maybe 400, 500 years ago, something happened, some sort of mini cataclysm maybe, history was rewritten, some sort of mud flood maybe, a load of people wiped out, and basically, yeah, the controllers, the agents of the denying force have completely, potentially rewritten a whole part of history where we had civilizations that were much more advanced than we are led to believe, potentially even more advanced than today, with free energy, and that all comes under the umbrella of the Tartaria mud flood history reset, the 1850s reset. And it's very interesting that all of this information started to come to light 2018, 2017. Very quickly it all came to light from nowhere, right before people started to hear about the Great Reset or the Greta Reset. I don't think that's a coincidence. So yeah, T's for Tartaria. Right, in the Guardians, here we go. T is for Trivium.
Okay, the Trivium is part of the 7 liberal arts. So the Trivium is the 3 ways. Obviously with the tri, you've got the 3 ways. It's the 3 arts of language pertaining to the mind. It's paired with the Quadrivium, which is the 4 ways, which is the 4 arts pertaining to matter. So this phenomena is a combination of mind and matter, and it's the symbiotic relationship between the 2. Now, it's a type of education that has been deleted from education quite a long time ago. It's very difficult to find anybody. So as an example, if you stopped 10 people in the street and asked them what the Trivium or the Quadrivium is, they probably don't know. When in actual fact, they should know.
Back in the day. They'll know that, I guess.
I went round someone's house recently and I saw a book on the side about the Trivium.
Yeah, well, put it this way.
Good to know.
If the population was educated in the Trivium, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in now. It could never happen. It's a way of avoiding or breaking down a thing called sophistry, which is kind of being tricked in some kind of debate or conversation or of the truth.
Yeah.
Now, you can kind of explain it in a complicated way. So the 3 arts would be grammar, logic, rhetoric. Or in simplistic terms, you could just say the what, the why, and the how. Yep. Or the input, the processing, and the output of the mind. So the ability to receive knowledge and input is the first part. Then you've got the understanding or the processing aspect of the mind. And then you've got the wisdom and the output. So as an example, a lot of people confuse knowledge and wisdom. They think it's the same thing. When in reality, knowledge is the first part of the input. Then you get the processing or the understanding of knowledge, and that will give you the wisdom. The wisdom is the output. So as an example, you've got lots of knowledgeable people, but they don't apply wisdom as an output.
But you can
So
take in lots of knowledge and then become wise, whereas some people take in lots of knowledge and
yeah, and this is the situation that we're in right now. So you've got all these great knowledgeable people of science, mathematics, history, all sorts of subjects, but they lack wisdom, and that's because they don't understand the trivium, the what, the why, and the how to process data or information in this realm. So, in a nutshell, the trivium is for the person. The quadrivium is for the material landscape around us. And if there's a disconnect between the two, which there is, then you have a sort of a problematic society.
Yeah.
The two together in synergy is for the development of the soul, which is our sole purpose in this realm, or should be, could be, but isn't for the most part.
Is that the 7 liberal arts that you talk about?
Yeah, the 7 liberal arts. So you've got the 3 and the 4 gives you 7, and that gives you the law of 7, which takes you to octaves. And now it's making a comeback. Why? Because of the greatest apocalypse and a mechanism for survival. Like I say, if you understand the trivium and the quadrivium, you can pretty much navigate your way around this situation. The problem is there's just not enough people that do understand these arts, the 7 liberal arts. And it's not called the 7 liberal arts for nothing, because it's the art of liberation. It's the way to liberation. I tell everybody, look into the trivium and the quadrivium, and it will solve a lot of problems.
Sure. Yeah, and like you say, if people were in full knowledge of this this method, we wouldn't be in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, when you get a populace that has an understanding of the trivium and then the quadrivium, that's when you have like a Renaissance type of society. Because realistically, we shouldn't be dealing with the problems that have been manufactured artificially. We should actually be sort of bathing in art, literature, painting, music, and educating ourselves on the transcending spectrum, rather than just going around in circles, problem, reaction, solution.
Dealing with creator business.
Yeah.
Okay, T's for trivium. Once again, we're in the teachings of Master Lee. T is also for third force. Kind of covered this earlier on when we talked about the denying force.
Yeah, so the third force could also be, well, it can be called the reconciling force or the neutralizing force or the third eye. So we know the opposing forces, you've got positive, negative. Now, if you look at those in power, their objective is to keep people polarized in two opposing forces. It doesn't matter what the subject matter is. It could be, they can take any subject, and as long as the population is polarized, they're happy. What they don't want is the unification, the reconciling, where the triad is erected, and the elevation of consciousness, because you can't enslave somebody with the third force. The ability to have the two opposing forces at peace in some kind of harmony. That's exactly what they don't want, and they'll choose any subject, and they just keep regurgitating old subjects, new subjects. As long as there's a polarization where people are divided, and divided in themselves with confusion, hesitation, and doubt, then they can pretty much do what they want. Because when somebody has confusion, hesitation, and doubt, then they'll literally beg to be told what to do.
I suppose this is really how the Hegelian dialect worked, is they provide the two polarities, the what is it, the thesis and the antithesis, so the positive and the negative, and then the synthesis of those is always presented by the third force, but it's external to us. It's their third force.
Yeah.
So yeah, regaining the third force, and I really like here in this diagram I found. It's called New Arising, which I
Yeah.
particularly like.
Yeah.
Very Aborisian. Yeah,
So
regaining the third force.
So new horizons come when the third force, which is the neutralizing, sorry, the reconciling force. I mean, you could say like unification, embodiment, the mind, body, and emotions are unified. They either want to keep you thinking, or keep you feeling, or keep you moving, like working physically. They don't like the unification, and it goes back to the polymath and the trivium. It's all connected.
Sure. Okay. T is for third force.
Yeah. So sorry, just one last thing.
We're on the triad comes under this as well. So carry on.
Yeah, just the third force. So when we say the third force is not present, or the third force has been removed, that means you've got somebody that's kind of divided or split. They're not unified. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no flow of energy, like you said before. If there's not 3 points, the energy can't flow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Which really is the next T, which is for triad. And the triad, as you introduced it to us, is basically when the third force is reignited. You have the three, the tri. And this was the big entrance to you coming to Rise Above when you explain the power of three, the three forces, and you called it the erect triad, and then we started talking about the metaphysical deck chair, which is proper deep. I think that's, you've sort of really covered that already by talking about the third force. It is the third part of the triad.
Yeah. Also, by understanding the triad or three forces, it actually helps you to relax and be in some kind of homeostasis. Because if we live our lives thinking this is good and that's bad, or I should be doing this and not that, and like something's good or bad all the time, it's very stressful. When you can factor in that it's actually a naturally occurring thing, so like this situation that we're in is actually naturally occurring, albeit by unnatural people. The reconciling force would be the greatest apocalypse. So you're able to use the duality in the situation and unify them, and being objective. This leads you to being objective, which is one of the highest forms of consciousness is objective reason, and it can be a very good place. Well, it's a great place to be when you can sit and observe the polarity, but not be eaten by it.
To observe it reasonably.
Yeah.
Okay. T's for triad. Oh, why have I got Q there? I've obviously put that in the wrong place. Well, we've already covered the quadrivium. Sorry, I put that was a last minute thing when I was adding that in. Obviously, Q doesn't come after T. So, trivium, quadrivium, the third force, and the triad. Okay, we're on to W. W is for Wuhan Hoax Organization, which is pretty self-explanatory. I could have called it the Holocaust Organization, but I thought I'd save that for the NHS. Probably a little bit more fitting. Because there wasn't really much evidence of a Holocaust going on in Wuhan, let's be fair. But then again, it's actually illegal to disagree with the Wuhan Hoax Organisation on YouTube, as we found out, so enough of that. W is also for whole rabbit. Now, what the hell does that mean? This is the time that we came up with on Rise Above. People talk about going down the rabbit hole. We use rabbit as a euphemism or a metaphor for, study and knowledge. But another thing I said is, don't get stuck down the bottom of a rabbit hole, because you can't see very far from down there. So we don't do rabbit holes, we do only whole rabbits here at Rise Above. And this is my rendition of a whole rabbit roasting in front of the Rise Above sun. And this will be available on a t-shirt, hopefully from next week. riseabove.news/merchandise. So yeah, W's for whole rabbit, which I think also you described as the gist.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to go to the bottom of every rabbit hole, extract all the rabbits, get one whole rabbit, dissect it, and then you get the gist right at the middle.
Yeah.
And often find that rather than dealing in fine detail when we talk about these things and getting wrapped up at the bottom of a rabbit hole in proper fine detail, it's much better to zoom out and have a macro meta rabbit view.
Yeah.
The world's most prolific rabbit hunter.
I was waiting for some help there, Homer Pete's. Thank you very much. My rabbit monologue.
Yeah, you could get a group of people, and let's say, for instance, one person found a set of ears, another person found some feet, another person found a tail, another person found a body. But they probably couldn't identify it. But if you put it all together, then you've got the whole rabbit.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is a form of syncretism.
Well, it's like people that go looking for the yeti. They find a bit of fur, and they're convinced that this bit of fur is a yeti, and they spend their whole time like going on about this bit of fur. Little do they know they just found a bit of a bear.
Yeah.
They spent far too long down one rabbit hole. They forgot to look at the whole damn rabbit.
Yo-ho, Mr. Rabbit. Yo.
Perfect. W is for whole rabbit. Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to go.
W is for wabbit.
Wabbit, whole wabbit. Here's
That's an old one, isn't it?
yeah, that's an old one. That's from New Magic's The Whole Rabbit. That's a good one. Okay. V. We're getting towards the end now. V is for Virus Man. Here's a good one. Jeremy 9 show. Nuremberg 2, Virus Man 2021. Yeah, the original member of the meme team, Virus Man, been with us since early days. He popped in earlier on, said hello. He's gone back to the meme cave, back to the cauldron to cook up some more mimetic sorcery. Yeah, so V is definitely for Virus Man when it comes to Rise the Bug. Big up Virus Man, get him on Telegram. Along with Iso Memetica as well. All your stuff is on Telegram, right? Yeah, these memes are far too spicy. He got banned from Instagram already. V is for Virus Man. Okay. V is for Vaggasm, right? Now, Vaggasm is a term that was actually come up with only on Monday. I know, I don't.
Popping off on Monday.
Oh, Monday was amazing. It really was popping off. I'm just going to show you what a Vaggasm actually looks like or sounds like. I got to clips it out of Monday's show. This is a Vaggasm. This is when God Vag came in. Right? And it would seem that Travis is pointing to...
Where's the entrance to the crater?
Well, he's pointing to a star which seems to be on the end of this landmass here. Now, if I'm looking at that, so there's England.
The centre of the crater.
What would that landmass over there be? That would have to be sort of like...
That's Australia top right now.
That would be like North Asia. So that would be like China. He's pointing to China. That is China. Yeah, because it's nearest to Australia there. Yeah, he's pointing to China. Yo, Wim, I know he's watching. Wim, if you're watching, please, can you get to us? Is that star that he's pointing to on your own map as you've devised it? Is that where China is?
Yeah, let us know, Wim.
He's got to be watching. There he is.
Is
It's
it in the
Wuhan.
chat?
There he is.
No way! No way! God bless, it's in the fucking chat.
It's Wuhan.
Oh my God!
Oh my days! Live on Rise Above.
God, Vag, we are so happy to have you here on live on Rise Above.
Mate, I actually feel beside myself. Wim, welcome. Right. So what he's actually saying.
Cheers, Wim.
Yeah.
Chasing the dragon.
Cheers.
Chasing the dragon. So he's pointing to not only China.
Gosh.
Let's have a massive gosh for that. He's not only pointing to the home of the Red Dragon, he could be potentially pointing to Ground Zero.
Quite a dwelling, peasants.
Yes, we've got it all lined up. Oh, 383 people tuned in.
We've got the mighty Godfans tuned in on a Monday night.
Right, so yeah, that's amazing. He is literally pointing to the brightest star, which is Wuhan, ground zero of COVID 1984.
This is so fucked up.
You saw it first here on live on Rise Above.
Unreal.
So,
a massive gadgevasm.
How does this link to...
So yeah, that's what a gadgevasm looks like. No, a vaggasm, sorry.
Gadgevasm.
A gaping gadgevasm. Yeah, so that was a magic moment on Monday night. It was historic. It was historic. Big up everyone that watched on Monday night. We had record
I was
amounts of
tuned in
people.
live watching, and I was just laughing.
It was a great show.
So
It was a really good show. We've got to do that more often. Have like a last minute sort of emergency show.
Excellent.
Oh, Inner Guardians dropped out there. So yeah, did you see the video where you actually coined Vajgasm? Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah, it's funny. The crater moved.
The crater did move. Right, so V is for Vajgasm. Oh, the last one. I shouldn't leave this on the screen for too long. Z is for Zionism. Yeah, less said about that, the better.